Hello, everybody. How's it going? Happy Sunday. I'm Jim. Welcome to Jim Tells You, where I tell you all the things that I think you should know about stuff that I find interesting and funny. And frankly, makes me happy. And I'll bring in my first guest, Dave. Hello, Dave.
How are you, Jim?
I'm good.
I'm glad that makes you happy. Getting things off your chest.
Yeah, just a lot of stuff going on. Big things happening. The big things happening over here. The coming days. We got inauguration tomorrow. So either Trump's going to become president, or says my audio is low,
or some guy's going to get arrested. Some guy said he's going to get arrested.
Yeah, it's this whole big thing and stuff like that. So,
any shenanigans go on today that you heard of?
Not very much of anything that seemed, that seemed like it was a urgent or pressing matter. Just some stuff going on. Minor things. But let's see. First things first, we're going to get into for the day.
Cool. Whose audio is low, Noah?
Is it mine?
Good morning, folks. Today we're going over space weather, a note on seismicity, bit of regular weather, fascinating discovery on biological magnetic sense, and one of the most important solar forcing papers ever published. We're starting with the last 24 hours on our star, and we find that things were pretty calm. Solar flaring has continued but has dropped down a bit from yesterday. There are no eruptive events heading for the Earth. The sunspot situation remains interesting and capable of flaring, just haven't had them yet. You see the sunspots here. Bigger one to the south is still the top watch. It's not just the biggest and containing the most umbra, but there's beginning to be the early signs of magnetic mixing in the middle. Red starting to encroach that trailing blue. We're eyes open for flares again today, as well as watching a decreasingly dangerous plasma filament situation. They just don't have the size and frequency to be a bigger watch than the sunspots at the moment. One good one there on the south coming in. Up next, just a quick note about a quake swarm astride Taiwan. On the day the Ethiopian swarm finally takes a breather, we see the Southeast Asian island beginning to shake. Folks, North America is in for a brutal couple days. The high-pressure cell in the west is dragging frigid Arctic air down through Canada all the way into the southern states, thanks to a huge U-shaped dip in the jet stream and the polar vortex, allowing it to be filled with polar atmosphere. It's sliding southward into the states now, already into the negative numbers here in the Rockies. First news story today hits magnetic sense in living creatures. They found that the animals that routinely use the field, from birds to fish to insects to turtles, whales, sharks, and land mammals, do so at a level that approaches the quantum limit, or so they think. This is not only astounding, but it means that our ability to measure and detect subtle grace of reality can't yet match up to its engineering. Last but not least, what a bombshell. How do you get climatologists to stop ignoring the thousands of studies suggesting it's the sun impacting our weather these days? Well, finish the race and show the final details of exactly how it all works. Here they show how the immediate impact to ozone by solar particles causes a rapid and extreme impact all the way down to the ground weather. This is not only a key short-term forcing pathway, but it's the number one element of solar forcing amplified by the ongoing magnetic pole shift. This is why our climate is changing and why it will go into chaos in the next 20 years, whether we continue polluting or not. Folks, have you planned your trip to Observer Ranch this year? Pole Shift mini conferences every month, meetup days, grand opening with Dr. Robitaille, Kings of Catastrophism weekend with Dr. Dunning. Seriously, guys, there's other stuff going on all the time as well.
Seriously, guys,
This
get
is
in
the
there.
year to
Get
come
in
see
there.
us.
Get
It
in
starts
there.
at observerranch.com.
Starts at
We greatly appreciate
observersranch.com.
your support. We'll do this all again tomorrow.
We'll do this again
Right
tomorrow.
here, but right now it's 4:45 a.m. in the new Valley
It's
of the
early today.
Sun.
Jeez, super
Eyes
early
open,
on a
no
Sunday.
fear. Be safe, everyone.
Yeah, so
He did not promote his he did not promote his prepper reward if like he did yesterday. Like if something happened, he would give a free prepping session to the winner. I'm like, okay, it's gonna teach us how to prep. I think there's a lot of YouTube channels for that already, though, Jim.
Yeah, there
Does
is
he
quite a few.
prepping channel?
for prepping. Yep.
Do you know if he has a prepping channel?
Him? I don't think he doesn't have a prepping channel.
Okay.
Yeah, so there was a lot of stuff going on today. We have Joe Biden's pardon frenzy, which, well, I guess I should pay for this. It says, with inaugural crowds gathering in Washington, D.C., the hours of Joe Biden's presidency are ticking down to noon Monday. Before that moment comes, though, Biden is expected to issue more pardons.
Well, most presidents do that, right?
Not this. I think he's issued more pardons and commutations than any president in history.
Yeah, I know his track record, but I mean, a lot of these guys will do it up until the day they get inaugurated, won't they? If they feel if they can.
They usually do it the day, like if there's ones that are going to be really controversial, they usually do them the morning of.
Right. So what would be controversial, like Snowden?
No, he's not going to do anything like that. If he's going to do anything like, I don't know, Adam Schiff and Liz Cheney and the January 6th committee, Benny Thompson, any of those people, Raskin.
Are they looking for pardons? Do they think they did something wrong?
Well, they did do something wrong, and I think they were asking for pardons. I think Adam Schiff and what's his face asked for pardon, and Eric Swalwell both asked for pardons. They were leaking information from the Intelligence Committee
to the January 6th Commission.
No, to reporters and stuff.
And they got busted.
Oh yeah, everyone knows it was them. They were doing it on camera.
Okay, so I don't know about this part of this. So Schiff and Swalwell were talking about an ongoing investigation to reporters.
They were coming out from the intelligence saying Trump and Russia, all the stuff they were doing.
All that stuff?
Yeah, that was all illegal.
Well, why didn't Trump prosecute him?
Had too many things going on at the time to worry about. And this attorney general was a scumbag who didn't have his back. It was a scumbag who told him that don't know. Told them that they were going to investigate the fraud in the election and never looked into any of it. And
every attorney general he had screwed him over, dude.
Oh yeah, definitely. Let's just hope Pam Bondi doesn't follow suit.
Well, you have no faith in her, right?
Pam Bondi? I don't have any faith in her whatsoever.
Or this new senator that DeSantis appointed in Florida, right?
No, she's all right, but I would have preferred someone. I just don't think she's going to be able to hold on to the seat. You know what I mean? I think she's going to end up getting.
Oh, you're worried about the future of the seat.
I'm worried about the future. Yeah, I don't think she's going to be able to hang on to it. I think it makes it hard. Like, if she doesn't, like, it can become harder for her to hang on to it in Florida. That's all I'm saying.
Do you mean like she could get primaried type of thing?
No, I'm not. I'm talking about if they don't primary her and then just let her run against a Democrat, and the Democrats put up a decent candidate, they could probably beat her.
It's getting that way down there. Okay.
No, it's not that it's getting that way. It's just that she's a nobody.
She's blah.
She's blah.
Okay.
She doesn't. But supposedly, I heard that Byron Donalds is going to run for governor. So.
Is that good?
Yeah, I like Byron Donalds. Yeah, I wanted him for Senate.
Oh, okay. Why do you think he didn't? Oh, because this was appointed, right? This seat was appointed by DeSantis.
Weak tinny audio on YouTube. What? What's he talking about?
On YouTube? Let me go listen.
Huh.
Hold on, let me listen.
Hello, testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. I move my mic closer. Is that what you're telling me to do? Is that better?
Yeah.
Better?
I can't tell that it's bad. It sounds good to me.
I guess it's better.
Perfect, says Salty.
Okay.
Salty, you want to come in here?
I thought he has the link, doesn't he?
So, it's Traveling C.
Yeah, no, I thought he has the link.
Okay, you sent the
groups.
He's in.
It's in the ARA room, isn't he?
He says I. Yeah, he's in the ARA room. Yeah, if you want to come on, Salty, it's in the ARA room. It's turned into something else. What's up south of the border? How are you, buddy?
Mm-hmm.
Trying to adjust my screen. Move it up higher. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's better. So, is this a list of all the people, Jim, that he was pardoning?
I didn't see the list, but like this guy wants a pardon too. This is one of the cops from the Capitol that day who wasn't even supposed to be there that day and went there and started fights. Like we watched that one video, remember, where they were kept throwing the grenades and trying to start shit. And
right.
like, it's like, what the fuck?
He was one of them.
What's the real story? Maybe the new Gitbo detainees, perhaps as early as overnight. Who's going to be the new Gitbo? What? Wait, get in here, Salty. Tell me about this. You got to get in here. Tell me about this.
We don't know nothing about that. So this guy was there on that day throwing the grenades?
Yeah, he was one of the cops that was there throwing grenades that day. And Mike?
So he's hiding out in the Blue Ridge Mountains?
Yeah, and he said that he was going to shoot any FBI agents that came to try to get him. So that's kind of weird.
Well, what's he scared of?
I don't know. Getting in trouble?
Jesus Christ, man. But he's a DC cop, right? Or he's not even a DC. Was it DC cop?
Yeah, he was a DC Capitol Police or whatever.
So he's a disgraced former DC cop. And I fought tooth and nail to prevent this day from coming.
Mm-hmm.
What? Oh, they're Salty. Oh, his chat. You got his chat up. I was like, Salty's in the room.
No, I had his chat up. All right. Well, I sent him the link if he wants to come in.
This guy's got a lot of tattoos, man, to be a cop.
Yeah, Yeah,
he looks like really a biker.
Yeah. Yeah, he said, disgraced former DC cop claims he's hiding out in the Blue Ridge Mountains, ready to open fire on federal agents. The J6 cop told WAPO, Scaravot, that better fucking arm yourselves. I didn't vote for that motherfucker, and I fought tooth and nail to prevent this day from fucking coming.
Wow.
It's like, oh.
So you're admitting to committing crimes on January 6th to get people arrested?
I don't know.
Sounds like it. Sounds like it to me.
Sounds like something very suspect, if you ask
What
me.
a hero.
Yep.
He's one of the special people, Jim. Yeah, Michael Fanone or Fanoni or Fanone. Wow, must be nice. Has he got a spider web on his neck? Jesus Christ. He's probably got what, $10,000 worth of ink on his body, Jim?
It's very a lot of stuff there. It looks like.
What's up, Doc? How are you, Doc number 27? Good to see you.
This is the hidden.
What are you looking for, buddy?
I was trying to see. I was trying to stream to Facebook too, but I don't think it's working
Oh,
because I don't see it anywhere.
okay. Well, you're streaming here. Talk to your fans,
Who?
your guests, the people watching the show.
Wow, I should have tested this ahead of time. Hello. So yeah, so there's this guy's doing this, and I never promised that this was going to be a good show.
Well, I didn't say that either. Talk to us. We're here to hear your enlightenment, dude. You told us you were going to tell us all.
So he wants to get, and then so this is what's going to happen here. You got this. You're going to fuck around and then find out with Cash Patel.
Oh, good old Cash Patel.
Yeah. So
you take Cash Patel seriously?
I take him more seriously than I take Vivek Ramaswamy. Here he is with this guy with Kathy Griffin, so you know where he stands.
Yeah.
Like this guy might get a pardon too. The guy who shot what's her face?
Babbitt?
Yeah, Babbitt.
Why would he get a pardon? He's a fucking murderer.
Well, because I'm saying
but
Biden might pardon him.
But I'm just saying she had no weapon.
Biden might pardon him just in case, so he doesn't get charged. So let's see here. There's a couple more things here.
Is that a good look, dude? Who's that for? Oh, what about that kid? I saw some smart ass kid. Higher up.
Oh, that kid? Yeah, this kid's great.
Yeah, who's this kid?
So this kid is
What are you excited about for having Donald Trump as the president?
I'm excited that he will finally give us a closed border once again.
What's your message to all the illegal immigrants?
Get the hell out of our country, you disgusting pieces of shit.
Hey, don't talk like that.
Would you ever be friends with an illegal immigrant?
Never.
Never. Would you be friends with a liberal?
No.
What are you excited about for having Donald Trump?
No. You think he knows the difference, Jim?
I don't know. I don't think he knows. I mean, it's just like he shouldn't have called them disgusting pieces of shit, really, because.
Oh, the illegals?
Yeah,
they're just people. No, they're just people. Yeah,
there's no reason to call them that. You could say
that's over the top.
Go back, like.
It's just funny because it's what a 10-year-old or 12-year-old kid.
Yeah, it's probably just repeating what his grandpa said
or his mom.
Yeah.
Moms are vicious too. Oh boy, these two stunning individuals, huh?
Yeah, so see, Joe Biden's pardon friends. He's already issued thousands, more than any other president. Now, as the hours in the White House count down, it looks like he's going to be another pardon for another family member of the Bidens. So yeah, Biden's brother is also deeply involved in the same shit that Hunter was involved in. So more than likely, he's going to issue a pardon for his brother James.
All the construction contracts in Iraq and shit, right? Or Afghanistan?
I think that's a different brother. He's got
another brother?
He's got two brothers. One of them, there's James, and then there's another one. I don't know if they're the same ones. The one that was with the construction contracts, I don't think it's the same one that was involved with the shit with China and Ukraine with Hunter, the investments with Rosemont Seneca. Like, who knows? He might also pardon John Kerry, and he might pardon John Kerry's son or nephew, whoever it is, that's also involved in the Rosemont Seneca. Like this is, Hines or whatever. He might pardon. Who knows, man? What he might do. He might pardon Merrick Garland. He might pardon Jack Smith.
Doesn't he have a sister too that's into some shit?
Biden?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think so.
I thought he had a sister. I may be wrong. You can't reject the pardons, Ned. He has that right. He can do whatever he wants.
Actually, I think you can reject the part. Like the person has to accept the pardon.
No. Who's not going to accept it?
I think there is a record of one person that didn't accept the pardon, but it goes way back to like it was a pardon from the provisional governor of the Oklahoma maybe territory in the 1800s, and it was a woman who killed a criminal who had killed her son or stepson, and she thought she was like all religious, so she thought she should be judged by God.
Oh, not by the state.
Yeah, and so she said, because they were going to hang her and they were going to pardon her.
And she,
trying to think.
but I'm saying like the president can't come in tomorrow and reject them. The new president.
No. Once
No.
Biden does the pardons, there's
Right.
nothing Trump can do about it. Nothing.
Right. It's over. Yeah.
I mean, even if, dude, like, even if somebody paid him, for the pardon, there was nothing you could do about it. Like, I mean, it was just legal. And doc number 27, no, I don't think you lose your Fifth Amendment rights if you accept a pardon, because you could still be charged by a state or a different jurisdiction, just not the federal government. So, like, you could refuse to talk because you don't want to be charged by a state for if it was any state crimes. So you know what I mean. So you could do that. Like you could,
But
you'd have to
testify, but not be charged. Is what he's saying.
Well, you could testify and just be like, yeah, I can't answer. I'm going to invoke my rights because I could still be charged under state law.
Oh, because these are only federal pardons. Yeah,
right. It's a federal pardon.
Right.
Now, personally, I think that the pardon from the president should cover everything because the federal government supersedes everything, and it's just, you know what I mean? It's the supreme law.
They always
of the
kick
land,
it up to the federal courts to fight these
doesn't make
battles.
sense how, like, there's a lot of weird shit. Like, also, like, the stuff that happened. Like, I think Ghislaine Maxwell is a piece of shit.
Yeah.
And everything. But she did get an immunity deal from a federal prosecutor.
In a state case?
No, and in a federal case, it was a federal prosecutor, and then a different federal prosecutor in a different federal jurisdiction charged her, and then they said, well, no, that was the immunity, even though it was from the federal government, doesn't cover a different federal jurisdiction for the same crime, which I don't understand. To me, it just seems bullshit.
That's some hibbity-jibbity shit there to me, Jim.
Because then, it's total hibbity-gajibbity.
Yeah. I mean, but I didn't know I had to go through 4 different layers of the federal government to get. Wow.
Yeah. So then there's this story here.
So the fires are out, right?
Where, in California?
Yeah.
No, I think they're still burning.
Really?
I think there's still fires in California. Yeah. Yeah. So here we got from May to June of 2020, BLM and Antifa attacked the White House with Donald Trump still in it. Barricades were taken down. They set a historic church on fire, and the president of the United States had to be moved to a bunker for safety reasons. Almost all of the charges for these insurrectionists who walked the streets chanting "No justice, no peace" and demanding a revolution were dropped. Even though these people violently injured police and Secret Service members, they sued, and the Biden Department of Justice handed them millions and millions of your tax dollars. On J6, most of the people...
What do you mean they sued? What did they sue for?
They sued and said they were just protesting.
So they sued them for what?
Whatever. You arrested me. That happens all the time when there are all these riots and stuff. They sue in New York and all these liberal areas. Chicago gives them money to go away and drops the charges. It's just a fucking joke. Yeah, some aren't even 50% contained yet, the fires.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. It just doesn't seem like to be everywhere on the news anymore.
It doesn't. That's the short attention span of the news. So on J6, most of the people who were charged with violence were charged under 18 USC. Hey, there he is. Special guest, traveling sea, salty sea, Sir C.
Way to butcher my fucking name, dude. Yeah.
I know.
Going, gentlemen. I haven't talked to you guys in a while.
I know. You've been avoiding us.
Yeah, I have actually. I've been avoiding.
I told you that was just a cold sore. It wasn't contagious.
Anything with YouTube. Anything with YouTube. But
You
I
did
don't
a
want,
Christmas. You did a Christmas stream, right? I saw that.
Yeah.
Your annual Christmas stream.
Yeah, it's like the third or fourth one. But I don't
Yeah,
want to interrupt what you guys are doing. I just posted something on Twitter that I wanted to talk about when it was convenient for you gentlemen. So
No, but you brought up something earlier that me and Jim didn't know about, like this Guantanamo Bay stuff.
Yeah, what's
that's
going
what
on with Guantanamo Bay?
that's what I posted about. Well, I mean, if you guys are in the middle of thought, you can finish your
Well,
thought.
our
okay?
thoughts are.
All right,
are
let's do this real quick. This thing
Okay.
about the
Okay.
this post, and then we'll get to that. So yeah, so it
Yeah.
says here on January 6th, most of the people who were charged with violence were charged under 18 USC 111. That section has the following subsections: assault, resist, oppose, impede, intimidate, or interferes with. Those who were convicted under the statute, did they oppose, impede, resist, or assault? Richard Bennett was arrested and convicted under that section for asking to go back and get his flag. He was charged and convicted under 18 USC 111. The DOJ and state-run media and even the Republicans say dumb things like there were many violent people based on a statute that doesn't require an assault to convict. The media will pick 6 of the most egregious cases and only talk about them, while the remaining 500 plus were convicted under 18 USC 111 for breaking a window, touching a bike rack, protecting themselves from riot shields, or protecting other people from being kicked by Capitol Police. Video doesn't lie. That's why we have not had all these released. That's why we have not had all of it released to this very day. Does that sound like equal justice to you? Yeah, I remember when all this stuff was happening. You know, these
Mm-hmm.
you know, when they were burning all the shit down.
Yeah.
You know,
Tearing
all
down
this stuff.
statues.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Crazy.
Now, I got a question. I guess I don't know, but like the statute of limitations on that kind of stuff probably isn't that long, right?
No,
It's not
no.
like-
I mean, if it's a felony, I think depending on the state and the jurisdiction, it's anywhere from 5 to 7 years. When you're talking about destruction of federal property, that's a whole other thing because it could be in commission with another crime, which I'm not an attorney, but it's a very different statute. You know, when you're talking about assault, I think you have up to 7 years, but it depends on the district. Because if this was in the District of Columbia, it would be very different than if it was, say,
Yeah,
across
like
the
any of
river
the
in
people, I'm
Virginia.
pretty sure any of the people
you
who
know?
like started the started the courthouses on fire in Portland and Seattle, those people,
Yeah.
that statute of limitations hasn't run out yet. It's
No,
got to be at least
no.
10 years, I would think, for an arson.
Well, I was
What
only
i-
asking about this BLM and Antifa riots for
Yeah.
Trump's
Well,
inauguration.
and what's I'm saying,
Or-
like the even the inauguration 2017, that would be 10 years.
Yeah.
Any of the fires started or stuff like that. But these stuff, that was 2020, so that was only 5 years ago.
Yeah, the thing about that is, unless the defendants have been charged in some form, you can't give a blanket pardon to say an organization like Black Lives Matter, or Antifa, which is an actual organization. The fascinating thing about what they did in Portland was every night the asshole communist mayor, Ted Wheeler, I believe is his name, in my opinion, and also in demonstrated fact, would release the same violent core of 20 to 40 combatants, destructive criminals, in my opinion. They'd get charged, and then he would just let them out, and then they'd get out the next night, and then all these commie dipshits, they'd bus in some people from somewhere else like Seattle or San Francisco, and then they go out there and they just keep breaking shit. You know, there's a lot of leftists in Portland, clearly, but you have to have this command and control structure, which they definitely do have in Portland. I follow a lot of people who are conservatives, or not even conservative. They're just middle of the road people who are trapped in Portland because they're just trying to make it till they get their state retirement or something by working for, say, a university or a company or something like that. And they can't wait to get out of there. But everybody knows that. You know, everybody knows that's what's going on. And as ever, it's these same tiny little sliver of violent assholes who keep getting out of jail to do shit, and then nothing happens, you know?
Yeah, I guess it's about the leadership of the city, right, Salty? They just want it to happen. They don't care if the actual taxpayers are upset, because they know they're still gonna have to pay their fucking taxes. There's nothing they can do about it.
I was
move.
reading it. I was reading an article today about Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and Portland, Oregon are roughly the same population. It's to within like 10 or 20,000 people. But Milwaukee, which is kind of a shithole, I've been there many times. Okay, at least
It is
they're
a
charming
shithole.
people.
I go there all
I
the time.
know, and like no disrespect at all. Those are some hardworking, good people. Same thing with people in Flint, Michigan, and anywhere in Rust Belt City. But my point with this is that Milwaukee's their annual budget collected from taxes is less than 1/4 of what Portland, again, the same type of size of city, collects for Portland, Oregon. I mean, the money in the budget that their cities have, Milwaukee is 75% less than Portland, Oregon. And yet Portland, Oregon has 23, I believe it was 23,000 confirmed homeless people or some astronomical number, whereas Milwaukee only has about 100. So, I mean, again, the grift is there. All of this, it's the leftist grift of, the way to solve homelessness is to throw more money at it. That's not fucking true at all. So somebody's
Not true.
getting rich off this, guys. And it's not just Antifa doing it out of the goodness of their heart. How and why this all fits together, I don't know. I have my suspicions, but it's all just bullshit. It's all just bullshit at the end of the day.
Here, I don't understand why Antifa, the organization Antifa, couldn't be charged under like the
They can't.
Insurrection Act or
They can't.
Terrorism Act.
That's their
They can't.
no insurrection, seditious conspiracy, because they actually do conspire to overthrow the government.
Well, and it's not just that, but also the numerous violent felonies. Now, very slowly, people are being charged in federal court with some of the things that they've done. Particularly, it's been assault and arson. And these are some really charming people, let me tell you that. But if they're not charged under a federal statute within, say, Portland or the state of Oregon, nothing really happens to them, and they get sweetheart deals from the Portland DA. Now, the Portland DA was just voted out, and they put someone in who's a little more conservative. Now, imagine what that means in Portland. Okay,
Maybe
Oregon.
believes in the law. Maybe.
Well, and that's kind of it, which is instead of just you get off scot-free or, hey, you're going to get 3 years of probation, actually wants some of these people to spend some time in jail. And so that's kind of what you're starting to see in some of the news that you'll see floating out there. But this is nothing that is pushed in, the Seattle media or the Portland media. You have to find this stuff on X. But to answer what Jim was saying about this is could they be charged under the RICO Act? Absolutely. The thing about Twitter is there's a whole lot of information and a whole lot of message sharing that occurred before Elon Musk bought Twitter, right? And you got to know that all of that is going to be sent to this new administration. And all these people sharing what they were going to do and using Twitter to plan to do this. There's numerous statutes. When you start doing things and using across state lines or wire fraud or any type of way to conspire like this, it then becomes a federal charge. And I think all of these wannabe trust fund commies, I think a lot of their asses are going to end up in a lot of pain, because at the end of the day, they're not going to bring about the great revolution. They're just destroying libraries. They're destroying universities. They're attacking random people. And to me, and a lot of them are just paid activists as well, too, right?
So what if we could track down the money too? Like if these are truly Soros funded groups,
they are.
I'm just saying if we could track the money somehow to find out where these people are getting the money, which would probably be from a foreign government, right? Or if
all of these go through shell corporations. And, the thing about this is once you establish a basis of investigation where you have written messages sent in an electronic form, and it doesn't matter if it's Twitter, it could be any electronic form. You then have a basis of some type of proceeding with an investigation. And once you do that, you can start looking at banking transactions. There's a good chance these, wannabe hipster trust fund commie wannabe ass clowns, we're talking about, I got your Venmo or I got your Cash App. And then you can look at their bank records to see where did that transaction come from. And then that's a matter of people who financial crimes who can track that and figure out where it came from, whose bank account. And eventually you do that long enough and you grab enough of these small fish, you'll get to a medium-sized fish, and usually these are within shell companies or NGOs or something else like that. And then you got some rock and roll, because all these people are going to be looking at 20 years, and not like in Mickey Mouse, Mulholland, County Jail in Portland, but now their ass is going to go somewhere bad, like really, like
a federal prison. Yes.
Like federal prison. Yeah. Yeah. And deservedly so. But
what up, Katie? What up, Salty? What up, Dave?
Hey,
what
what's
up,
up?
Jim?
How you doing, Elemental?
I am doing well.
Hey, I hope you enjoyed those movies last night. You stuck around for both of them.
I did. They were very good. I like a little bit of nostalgia going back in time before I was even conceived and even thought about.
Yeah, we watched Weird Science and Used Cars last night.
Dude, right on.
Yeah, Used Cars was so goddamn funny, dude. Like, it is so funny.
I remember
Kurt
my dad renting both of those movies on VHS, and I remember he rented Weird Science because my brother and I wouldn't, like, when we were teenagers or whatever, wanted it. And then as soon as he got to the part where she was talking about candle wax on the nipples, my dad, who is this conservative Christian, ran over to the VCR and ripped the tape out of the VCR and said, "We're not watching this. We're not bringing Satan into the house." Because that whole satanic panic thing of the 80s, that was a real thing. That was.
It was.
Sure.
I just don't understand these people trying to say there was no satanic panic. I lived.
Yeah.
Where did that come from? Why is that proliferating so hard and so much right now?
People
because Trump's coming back into office. This is all Republican nonsense from the 80s.
But realize where this came from. Well, see, Tipper Gore, who is a Democrat, did this. Yeah. I mean, that came from Al Gore's wife.
Right.
It was even before that. Remember they were saying if you played Ozzy Osbourne records or Black Sabbath records backwards. That
it's got the devil messages.
Devil messages and stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, there's never been a shortage of idiots who need boogeymen to drive somebody to some type of belief system. It wasn't Christianity that caused that; it was morons who caused that. Okay, it was the same thing with Antifa or fourth wave feminists. The original idea becomes manipulated by charismatic leaders who need to other people to create conflict and therefore, like, gain power. It's absolute fucking retarded shit, and it doesn't matter what it is. It just keeps happening through human history. It's
like Charles Manson. Okay, he was a devil worshiper, right? He got super fucking popular in the media. Okay, early 70s, right? Late 60s. And that was like the first serial killer, which wasn't even a serial killer. He just did some murders of a chick, Sharon Tate.
I don't did Manson actually kill anyone?
No, he sent the girls. He sent the girls.
Yeah,
it was Tex and the girls.
Right.
But
that's what got
kind of hot.
They were kind of hot, and that movie's really
they had
good.
Bushes.
That Tarantino made.
Bushes were like this tall. I mean, they had bushes. Like,
and then the one, what was her name? Pinky or Iggy or what was her name?
Kinky.
Whatever, the one, the redheaded chick. She tried to kill Ford.
There's a lot of circumstantial evidence that indicates Manson was part of the LSD program, and I forget which one that was. MK Ultra. At this point, I would tend to believe that. I do think.
The government was trying to start a race war. All that shit. That's why they were involved in killing Martin Luther King. They were involved in killing Malcolm X.
Oh God, yeah. And what I've been saying about this Trump thing is he has to do all these things all at once to overwhelm the media. You cannot give the mainstream media, which is dead and nobody gives a shit about, but you can't just do one little drip thing and then give these fuckheads time to formulate a narrative and attack. He has got to do what I hope he does, which is a deluge of unbelievable shit. He's got to release the UFO files. He's got to release MLK. He's got to release JFK. He's got to talk about the moon landings. I mean, we need some fucking proof on this. Okay, I think it happened.
Definitely, the RFK and the JFK stuff needs to come out, and all those the assassination files need to come out. That will help Bobby Kennedy get confirmed.
Agreed. The other part in this is there's still. I mean, I'm on the West Coast, so I don't know what time it is on the East Coast. I think you guys got an hour and 15 minutes left till midnight. Yeah. But until Trump is sworn in, okay, which I don't think the first time that's going to happen is tomorrow in front of everybody. I think at 1 minute after midnight on a plane with the Chief Justice, he will be sworn in, and immediately we are going to see, while we're asleep, some of those executive orders go into effect, because I think
the 20th Amendment actually specifies that he assumes office at 12:01 p.m.
Is it? All right.
Mm.
Is it PM? All right.
Yeah,
then
it's
I
PM.
stand corrected.
Yeah, it's PM.
I stand
Yeah.
correct.
It used to be on the date. It was in the Constitution. Originally, it was just the date on the 20th. And then it was like, well,
That's-
what time and what this, and it was this. And so then when they did the 20th Amendment, which I believe was I don't know which one it was. Maybe the order of succession or something.
Okay.
I believe.
Yeah. That dissuades me of some
I know I was
things
reading
that
all
I
that
held
stuff too, and Alex Jones was saying it, but
yeah.
now he could get sworn in early if Biden allowed it. You know, like if something happened, like say Biden just passed away, like anytime after the election, technically, if Biden passed away, Trump could have assumed office.
True. No,
they wouldn't
have let that happen.
But that's what's in the Constitution, actually, is if it's after an election and the current president passes.
They don't get to hold the office until the actual date of transition. They couldn't. The VP couldn't.
He's dead.
The VP's still there.
Yeah. Well, if he died, wouldn't it still go to the Speaker of the House until?
No, it wouldn't, because there isn't, because the new president is the next in line for succession.
Oh, because
once
the election
happens, and it's once the election happens, and, and the election is certified. It's him.
Yeah,
interesting. No, but what I was writing on Twitter about Gitmo, and I saw it first this morning. It started out with I'm just gonna pull it up if that's all right, guys, because there's a lot of I overshared on this thing. Let me make sure I'm not sharing anything else when I do this.
I have the thing pulled up from here.
Oh, do you? You mean what I wrote? Okay, go ahead.
I have it right here. So you want to read it, or you want me to read it?
So basically what this is like there's some truly fascinating chatter around Gitmo getting some brand new guests. Call me a conspiracy wacko, but perhaps these signals mean more than they appear to, or maybe not. Now, most notable in this is that Catherine Herridge, the one who Tucker Carlson interviewed her, but she was she was for decades, this woman was a straight shooting investigative reporter for CBS, and then she suddenly had she didn't just get fired from CBS, but CBS stole all of her reporting files and all the investigation that she did about Hunter Biden's laptop right before the 2020 election. Now, that's not a conspiracy theory, that actually happened. What's unique about that is that has never happened before in American journalism in any way. Okay, so they fired her ass and stole all of her work and wouldn't give it to her. Now, that's the story she says publicly. Okay, what I think we all believe is that is a very smart woman who keeps backups, and if you see her, she's very organized, and she was
one of the people though that the Obama administration was spying on, right?
Yeah.
They were all in their computer and everything. I think she went to jail too for not, if I'm not mistaken. She's one of the ones who did some time for not revealing a source, right?
Don't know about that. I think she was threatened, but you could be right. But here's the thing. Today, she posted herself in front of the gate at Gitmo in Cuba, where we keep the most dangerous criminals or traitors or terrorists to the United States. She was there with a big old smile on her face. So that was the first domino. So the second domino was the fact that the Village People actually performed at Donald Trump's inauguration ball, right? Now, people are going to say, big fucking deal. These boomer guys out there, they're going to get one more fling. So what's interesting about this is Donald J. Trump stayed on the stage with them and was
YMCA. Was dancing with the YMCA.
So, and I didn't know this, but why this is relevant is that Gitmo had formerly been a YMCA, and I think it was around 1912 for a couple of years before it was converted into a high security prison and Marine base, again in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. Now, all of us know after 9/11, that's where all the baddies that, attacked the United States, theoretically, depends on who paid them and who they were working for. But there were a lot of gentlemen of Arab descent that
release those files, please.
Yeah. So, and one of the things that they did was to blast music, especially disco, to these Islamic terror suspects that they held on the base. And again, YMCA.
Oh, we getting jiggy with it up in here.
This is true. The last piece of this, the third piece, was Alina Habba. That would be Donald Trump's attorney since 2021, when all the other established attorneys left him. He picked her up to defend him through all of the bullshit, especially with the Biden Department of Justice and all this other shit. She posted a tweet where she said T-minus 17 hours while holding this really fancy designer purse that said Save America on it. Now, the interesting thing about this is a very beautiful woman, okay? She's at this gala, and it was the angle and the way that she was shot and the look on her face. Now, I'm not going to say that I pieced this all together like an episode of the X-Files. There's actually some other reporters out there that were putting these pieces together but didn't want to say what they thought it meant. But a lot of people were saying it has to do with the number 17. Now, what that means, I don't know. I'm just putting that out there because I know you gentlemen and people in your audience like to talk about what people like to call conspiracy theories. I don't have any more conspiracy theories left. I only have conspiracy facts.
Saying, there's this conspiracy thing here.
Yeah.
It says, why is the Senate Intelligence Committee holding a closed meeting at midnight on January 20th? Right when Trump says, the Senate Intelligence Committee is scheduled to hold a closed meeting at midnight on January 20th to consider pending intelligence matters. The meeting is particularly notable because it is set to occur on Martin Luther King Day, a federal holiday, and just 12 hours before the inauguration of President Trump for his second term. Several points can be highlighted based on this information. Timing and context. The timing of the meeting at midnight on a federal holiday is unusual, which naturally raises questions about the urgency and nature of the intelligence matters to be discussed. This could suggest that the matters at hand require immediate attention or confidentiality that a typical daytime sessions might not afford due to the holiday and surrounding events. Now, I'm just wondering if they're doing it on the 20th because that's inauguration day and that's when Trump's... What, were you going to say something?
No, I was waving to Katie. I was looking at the chat.
Okay.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm an asshole. I'm listening to you, but I can multitask. I
know,
can.
but I thought you were waving at me to stop. Sorry.
No, if I wanted to stop, I'd say, Jim, shut the fuck up. I need to say something. I'm not going to just wave kindly, okay? Please, I'm sorry. Please continue.
Hey,
this is important stuff.
Proximity to inauguration. Being scheduled so close to the presidential inauguration might imply that the matters discussed could influence or be directly related to security, intelligence, or transition processes surrounding the inauguration. The urgency could be linked to national security concerns that need to be addressed before the new administration officially begins. Now, that's another thing, too. Like, a lot of people were saying that they canceled the outdoor inauguration because of the cold. But I'm reading a lot of stuff that no, and seeing things that make it, to me, seem that no, that's moved because they have threats.
Well, and did you see when he came out at the inaugural celebration today? I've never seen him look pensive coming out in the crowd. Remember on the campaign trail, even in the outdoor environments? When he came out, the amount of Secret Service in the crowd was more than I have ever seen at an event. Now, if these guys went through screening by the Secret Service, why would you be worried so much? Because you have a contained environment. You know what I mean? You have control of the theater. So that to me says, I think, like Jim says, I think there's validity to the threats that are there. Why all of a sudden his motorcade has the anti-drone stuff?
Yeah, I saw that too. The anti-drone stuff is very weird.
Well,
then we had all the stuff with the drones earlier that we were seeing all the drones, and then you saw the stuff with the people, the helicopters. Something's going on. Like I'm still pensive, pensed up. Like, are they going to let him actually get sworn in?
I'm kind of surprised it's been this long since they've had drone stuff. I mean, I think they would have had that a long time ago.
But they weren't a threat.
Operationally. They use them operationally. They didn't in Butler, which is bullshit, and that's part of why they got called out, because you always want to have an eye in the sky and some type of surveillance on this. It's not necessarily air support assets, but
most people don't know that they usually have a drone, a military drone, flying over the president wherever he is.
Oh, yeah. What's in Jim, that's I think you hit the bingo on that one. Like all this bullshit about drones flying everywhere and everybody losing their minds for like 2 weeks. Then 47 comes out and says, well, I don't understand why they don't just tell you what it is. He's like, I know what it is. He's like, I'll tell you after I'm
he can't tell
sworn
him, he can't
in.
say anything until he's sworn in, because they could go after him for
right. But my point with that is he suddenly stopped saying that. They suddenly stopped saying, don't worry about the drones. All of that shit went radio dark. Okay. And that's when that there's something going on, is when they stop talking about it, or they just memory hole.
They stopped talking about it. And they also issued an order saying that anybody flying drones in New Jersey at that point, they were going to use lethal force.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
But
Okay,
Like,
so who's having this meeting? Is it the Security Council?
it's
Jim?
the
That's what I wanna
Senate.
know.
It's the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence.
the
Okay.
current one.
Well,
I'll
the
look up
current
who
one
that
is
is.
the new Senate, so that would be a Republican committee.
That's right. They
They-
were
they-
sworn in.
They were
okay.
sworn in on the 5th or whatever. The day
So
or,
these
you know,
these
before.
fucking assholes are going to have a meeting tonight to discuss what they don't want to tell Trump.
But that's
Well,
the
that's-
question.
That's
the
what it
question.
sounds
We don't
like.
know. Like, we don't know. We don't know.
I
but
mean,
for
it
whatever
could be
reason,
like what
why?
they've been figuring. It's a threat, perhaps too. Like they're coming together to be like, "Hey,
Here it is.
fuck.
Here's secrecy and speculation. The closed nature of the meeting and its timing have sparked speculation about what might be on the agenda. Closed sessions are typically used for discussing sensitive and classified information, suggesting the topics might involve significant security risks, foreign interference, or other critical intelligence issues. However, without specific details, the exact nature remains speculative. Public
Okay,
immediate
okay.
attention.
So it might be.
Well, we need to know who's there. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the number one question. I have two. I'm of two minds on this.
I
and then
saw
I'll
too.
shut
It's
up.
something that's kind of spooky too. Is that it's some now the acting director of national intelligence is some Biden appointee.
Well, there you go. So if that's the case, then this is a different reframe, because there's two ways this can go. The obvious one, they're going to try and come up with some prima facie thing to prevent the inauguration, disrupt it, or to go completely like that pedo that they caught, that James O'Keefe caught, talking about going into the tank at the Pentagon to work with those generals to prevent Trump from taking office. Now, if that's happening, we don't know. I thought that maybe this was in advance of Trump's inauguration, getting the go ahead to black bag a lot of people who were supposedly intelligent assets for our government, but really were working for, say, the last administration. And maybe we're on the payroll of, say, I don't know, somebody named Soros or the World Economic Forum or whatever.
We've already
it could be.
caught several people that were working for Iran that were in the Biden administration.
Oh God, yeah. The other thing this could be, is it related to those lists, Epstein's list,
Yeah,
P. Diddy's list? This could all be part of that. But if this is led by a Biden appointee, this ain't good. This ain't good.
Mm.
Yeah, I have it in my bookmarks. But yeah, so and it says, given the nature of intelligence work, the exact agenda of such a meeting would likely not be disclosed to the public.
Yeah. Catalyst Vault says, well, by the 10th Amendment of the Constitution, they might be having a very interesting discussion. True. This administration, the current one, doesn't have much use for the Constitution, unless it's a constitution written by the World Economic Forum. And I'm not being facetious when I say that. There's a lot of bad actors that have been ruining our lives since 2020, and I think a lot of what they've done has been electronically captured and in his record form that is going to make it extraordinarily easy to prosecute them and to put them away for a long, long time. You think they're going to go away easy? You think this fuck's going to go away easy?
Well, I'm hoping he's going to Gitmo.
I'm hoping he's going to Gitmo too. If through the legal process, I'll just say that because YouTube is fucked. We all want peace and all that other shit. Well, everything legal and lawful, of course.
Right.
Yeah, here's the picture.
Yeah, there she
that
is.
Catherine Herridge posted.
That's what I was saying.
And I was like, huh.
That's what I mean. Like you see these things, and if you start looking at the pattern, now I'm not saying this is the case. I'm just saying I was looking at pattern recognition. And are people going to be grandstanding? Maybe some of them, but this woman is so straight laced, and she's hospital corners and this tough woman. We need more reporters like this. She wouldn't just take a vacation to fucking Cuba to go and be in a Marine base, when the president's getting inaugurated.
Yeah, so this is the thing about the Village People with Donald J. Trump dancing with the band performed YMCA live at the end of the speech as inauguration celebration today. Gitmo was formerly an actual YMCA around 1912, and after 9/11, reportedly blasting the song at all hours was one of the rumors of methods of sleep deprivation used on terror suspects. And then Alina Haba, Donald's attorney, since 2021, when he hired to replace several other well-established lawyers who worked with Trump, posted a cryptic tweet of T-minus 17 hours earlier this evening while holding a fancy designer purse with "Save America" in sequence.
Again, it's all circumstantial. It's paper thin. I don't know what it all means. All I know is he's going to release a tsunami of executive orders. I don't know how I feel about executive orders, but I think in this case, we have to do them because things have to get done very quickly. And at the top of that list should be the people in North Carolina who've been utterly betrayed, not just by the governor of North Carolina, but also FEMA. If you guys, like anyone who's in chat, if you think anyone is coming to save you ever in any natural disaster, if you haven't been paying attention to what the fuck's happened to the people in North Carolina and is now happening to the people in California, for Christ's sake, please start prepping. Please start learning how to take care of yourself. No one is coming. I live in a potential disaster zone. I can see the Cascadia fault line from where I am from my office. When that shit goes, no one is coming to save us. No one is going to rebuild here potentially for decades because of the devastation it will do to the infrastructure. And I know that, and I'm ready as I can be. You know,
right?
You know, we've it says Guantanamo's been a base since 1998. It's been a base since the Spanish-American War.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Yeah.
Speaking about prepping, learn how to make charcoal. Very helpful.
No, learn. You know, bullets being demanded. That's all great, but you gotta have some fucking skills. You know what? You can have a bug out bag and all the clever bullshit gear you want, but if you don't know how to fucking do anything, you're dead. That's it.
Very
you know,
true.
let's just say that.
That's what I'm saying. You got to be able to filter water, and carbon's going to help.
Yeah.
This was Trump today.
As a first step toward restoring transparency and accountability to government, we will also reverse the overclassification of government documents, and in the coming days, we are going to make public remaining records relating to the assassinations of President John F. Kennedy, his brother Robert Kennedy, as well as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and other topics of great public interest. It's all going to be released on
topics of great public interest. What other great topics of public interest could that be, guys? Do you think it has to do with woohoo UFOs, maybe?
I don't know. It could be. Like, I think Ron's onto something here. There was a lot of speculation about, you know, using tier 1 groups to go after the cartels.
Yeah, they are.
And
they're going to have to.
If they do that, the cartels are going to have a bad day.
It needs to happen right now, dude.
Like, I don't know if you guys saw the movie Sicario.
Yes. Yeah.
That's like that's going lightly of what it would be like.
We do not want to turn into the United Kingdom. We do not want to live in. I mean, it's just. I have friends. I have a lot of friends there, and the shit that they see in Birmingham, and in London, and that country at this point, in.
How about Paris? It's a fucking disaster zone.
Same thing. Germany, all this other stuff. I mean, one of the things I wish Trump would do is offer any European that has a skill automatic fast track to if you want to come to America to escape the World Economic Forum, diversity is our strength rape fest of the European Union. Come to the United States, because that's what we need to grow our economy. We need good European breeding stock with Judeo-Christian values, with skills we can use. And I'm not just talking about physicists and doctors and nurses. I'm talking about real people, plumbers, engineers, mechanics, people that knows how to build shit and do shit. That's what we need here in the United States. We don't
and for everyone we bring over, 1,000 fucking illegals will get deported. We promise.
Yeah. And then they can, and it sucks, but you can fill up Europe with all of the North Africans and all of, they call, you know, people from the Middle East Asian. So you can do that. You know, the World Economic, like, go ahead, and it's like they'll turn on those cocksuckers probably within a couple of years. But you know, and people are going to go, "Oh, Corey, you're a racist." It's like, no, I'm not. It's called socioeconomics. Okay, like you want to engineer the destruction of Western civilization. Man, get the fuck out of there. Come to the United States. You know, you can retain all of your European heritage, just like our great-great-grandparents did when they came to the United States. You can still hold on to that and be German and Italian and all this stuff, but you can go to a place where there's a land of opportunity and you can say what you want, you know?
Jim, this tier 1, are we talking about deploying them in Mexico or?
Yes, sending them into Mexico, yes.
You think Mexico would appreciate it too, but how much money do you think they make off of those cartels?
Well, no, Mexico would probably make a lot of noise about it and complain about it, But
the World Economic Forum, that Jewish Mexican woman that they had installed in Mexico, that she's going to be the president. Yeah, I mean that's true. That's Trudeau. Okay, that's who that is. I mean, like you can tell the archetypes of the World Economic Forum. Young leaders.
here's what Biden had to say.
We must hold on to hope. We must stay engaged. We must always keep the faith in a better day to come. I'm not going anywhere. To the people of South Carolina, thank you for keeping the faith. It's been the honor of my life to serve as your president. The highest honor for Jill and our family. As I close out this journey with you, I'm just as passionate about our work as I was as a 29-year-old kid. I'm in no ways tired.
Corn pop.
Wait a minute, isn't that what Hillary said? I'm in no ways tired. Is that some kind of
He's a
saying from somebody?
He's a dog-faced pony soldier, Jim. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, I mean, but what does he mean by he's not going anywhere? He's not going to surrender power?
That would be fascinating to watch.
I think they're saying, hey, the next election, I'll be around if you want to vote.
I think it just says that he'll be here in spirit and he'll always be with us.
Some great comments in chat. Doc number 27 said he'd just say corn pop again. No, that was me making jokes. Book Rancher says, as he slurs his way through his speech slowly. We've been living through that shit for the last 4 years.
Right? Yep. Half the time, I don't even think it's him on stage.
It's not, dude. That's a whole other show we should do sometime. The height difference between him and his wife, Dr. Jill, and then the face and the eyes, and then having a cleft chin and not having a cleft chin. Holy shit.
Who the fuck is Stacey Dixon?
Dixon is a Biden appointee, but Trump insiders viewed her as more reliable than others. She's going to be the acting director of national intelligence for Trump because, I don't know why.
He can't find anybody?
That's a fucking mistake.
It's a total mistake.
Lots and lots of mistakes.
Lots
already, dude. I mean, God damn it, man.
Well, they're unforced errors. They're unforced errors, and that's the thing. And I know, having worked in government, it's a big Byzantine fucked entity, regardless if it's state or federal. And it's predominantly women who donate their, and you guys everybody's going to say you're full of shit. Everybody's going to say that's sexist, but it's not. Okay. Generally what you find at both the state and federal levels of government are a lot of single women. They dedicate themselves to this state job. It becomes a religion to them. They do. And then they fight for power amongst themselves. And what is a woman's worst enemy in the workplace? Is it a white heterosexual man? Another woman. Another woman. Okay? So imagine the infighting and weirdness and just bitter horse shit that maybe somebody who's worked in both the state and federal level could have a lot of stories about that. And I think it's undoubtedly worse at the federal level, because I'm not willing to commit to my experiences and dox myself at all for fucking YouTube, okay? But I will say that there's a lot of evidence to indicate that what goes on over there is blood sport. And when these women come to the work for state or federal government, they usually sleep their way to the top in one form or another.
Ask
and
Kamala.
Then they get too old, and then they get too old, but then they end up somewhere in the middle. Now, every government organization has a ranking system. In the let's say the federal level, it's called a G designation. And a lot of these women, they'll peak out at what's called like a G11, okay? Which isn't a lot of power, and it's kind of a dead end. You want to get to G12 or G13 because that's real power. That's real power over departments within these organizations, whether it's defense or HHS or any of these other entities, the Treasury, justice, any of those things. You will see the most bitter, infighting, backstabbing horseshit in the world among these middle-aged single women who have wasted their lives chasing a career. Now, I know that sounds really terrible and like I'm a sexist, and yet it's still fucking true. So when you look at what happens in the federal government and you look at why don't things get done and why do these people hate Trump or why do they hate people? Well, they hate us. They hate anybody who lives outside of the Beltline. But that's a story for another show. So,
yeah, well, I mean, like, it's all white men that are G12s or G13s, right?
bingo!
Yes,
It's all white guys.
I was
some
raised-
black guys. It's
a few.
all-
We call them
all
tokens.
G14 is the white man. That's all it is.
My dad was in the
We all
Navy. I spent a lot of time on
You
bases.
know.
So I met them all.
You know.
And
You know?
all the
shit.
wives that were civilians working for the government were like G7s, G9s.
Exactly.
Their husbands are the ones that got the fucking job to go be stationed in Iceland or Alaska, wherever we're at, or Australia, and they're G13s, G12s.
Yeah.
And they got
And
all the
a lot of them. And a lot of them are double dippers, so they came either as O's or E's or O's, and then after they retired, they went they became a government employee, so they went from their original rank of whatever, like an E6, E7, or an I forget what the designation.
04, 05. It's all the same, yeah.
04, 05, and then they make a jump in, and then they start climbing the ladder and accumulating power. And all of these women are at the mercy of these predatorial men who are double dippers. And is that always the case? No, there's nothing is always or continually like that. But more often than not, and I would say things that I've seen, and things that Dave has seen, I'm not just sensationalizing this. And
No,
if anything,
not
it's
at
a
all.
lot worse than we're talking about, guys.
And the worst part is they're fucking protected by a union.
Bingo. Oh yeah.
A federal union should be outlawed tomorrow.
I don't think there should be any federal.
Agreed.
Trump should fucking outlaw the union tomorrow. It's over, guys. You're fucking right to work state. We're gonna fire your asses if you don't do your goddamn job. This union bullshit for federally funded positions can go fuck itself.
And Ben
the president
Togel,
isn't protected by a union, right? He can be like gone tomorrow if they wanted to.
Ben Togel says men can be stupid too. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of people.
There's a lot of stupid people.
And dude, I will say I'm familiar with the circumstances where somebody was working for, let's say, a national investigation type of an organization at the federal level. And that guy got busted multiple times for meth, possession of meth, being on meth while on duty, and never lost his clearances.
That's amazing.
What did he know or have?
Dude, that's a whole other dark, weird hole that I used to tell people stories like this 10, 15 years ago. It's like, it can't be that bad, and it can't be that bad. And it's like, why would I make this shit up? Like, why would I sit here and tell you? Like, do you think I just sit around jerking off thinking about conspiracy theory shit? It's like, this is so fucking horrifying. This is what happens. And the worst part about that, the only reason I knew about this guy and what was going on is one of those lifer government women that I knew, who was a friend of mine, really pretty, but way past her sell date. You know what I mean? Had a nice house, like out in the suburbs of Washington, of Virginia, all that. She just wanted to have a baby with somebody. And just wanted to get married and have a baby before she turned 45. And she just put up with this guy's shit, and he cheated on her, and he stole money, and was an alcoholic and doing meth, but she wanted a baby, and he came from a good old Southern family, and she was from the South herself, and she didn't want to disappoint her parents. Now, is this only one story? Yes, but the shit that you will find when you work around the Beltline, these stories, there's thousands of them. And I know my experience is a couple decades dated, and a lot of these people have already retired from those services. But the shit that I saw in the parties that I went to, and the things that I saw at those parties, and would leave, and I was like 30 when I saw this stuff, and I'm like, I'm going home. I'm going home. So
Ron W asked, did you see the interview of the Speaker of the House had where he was saying Biden didn't know the orders he signed?
Yeah, I think that's a lot of I think there's a lot of weird stuff. I don't trust Johnson. I don't trust that guy. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't know who to trust.
Well, no, it was like one of those things. It was a order that they said, we don't want, they wanted to.
Oh, it was the LNG. It was the liquefied
they wanted to study
natural
climate
gas.
change effects of LNG before they signed any new permits
to
export LNG. So he stopped exporting LNG because he stopped the permits to export the LNG. And they said, and they're trying to say, well, no, he didn't stop LNG, he just stopped the permits. He's like, you need a permit to export it.
But that happened
liquid
around
nitrogen
the same
gas?
time.
Yeah, liquid nitrogen gas.
LNG.
Yeah.
But that happened around the same time as the Gulf Stream, the Nordic pipeline accidentally
there's no way
accidentally sabotaged.
Yeah, who knows? That could be part of it too. What's going on, because
it's all part of it. This is all about
no way
energy.
Ukraine did that on their own.
No way. No way.
So let's see what he has to say here.
We're going to end the reign of a failed and corrupt political establishment in Washington, a failed administration. We're not going to take it anymore.
We're not gonna take it.
We're going to stop the invasion of our borders. We're going to reclaim our wealth. We're going to unlock the liquid gold that's right under our feet. Liquid gold.
Nice.
Black gold, Texas tea.
We're going to bring back law and order to our
Let me tell you a
cities.
story about a man named Jed.
We're going to restore patriotism to our schools, get radical left, woke ideologies the hell out of our military and out of our government. And we are going to make America great again.
Dude, all I got to say is I was talking to somebody the other night, and it was my boss. He said, Trump needs to, like slow roll this shit out. I said, he's got 4 fucking years, dude. He needs to do it in 15 days.
He's got 2.
His,
he's got 2. He's got 2 years.
He's got to get all this shit out right now. Let all these, I don't like executive orders either. I think they suck. I don't think the president should be able to do that. But if they're allowed,
I agree.
Trump needs to let it fucking go. He ain't getting reelected. He don't care about reelection. Let JD Vance figure that shit out.
Yeah,
but you need to
really
make
need to do what he needs to focus on too is he needs to focus on getting to the bottom of the fucking fraud in the elections and stop it.
Well, we got to stabilize our currency.
Yeah,
and we got to claw back the billions that got sent to the fucking Ukraine.
That's
we got to do
ridiculous.
something. We got to do. Honestly, what we really need to do is do what I think it was Iceland did, because they were completely fucked over by the European Union with the euro, and the World Economic Forum, but especially the EU, came in and fucked their whole economy up because they're trying to micromanage it, because that's what the EU does. And Iceland voted and said, fuck you, and left, and it crashed their, I think it's the kroner, the Icelandic kroner. It could be, And so what happened is they appointed all of these citizens within the, Iceland's a small country. It's not like America, but they're a very oil, food, like a lot of natural resources rich country. But what they did is they said, fuck you. And then I think they pegged their currency to precious metals or something like that. But what it was is you've got to detangle yourself from the tentacles of the Rothschild, World Economic Forum, all of this weird, crazy, Federal Reserve.
Global economy bullshit.
And JFK tried to do it by pegging the United States dollar to silver. And I remember, and you guys remember probably when we were kids, you'd see these $10 or $5 bills go through, and they had red ink on them. They were called red ink notes or something like that. But those were, you could walk into a bank and demand physical silver or gold for this $5 or $10 bill, and it was part of what JFK was trying to do, which was to extract us from the banking system. Now, I know a lot of people like to fixate on, it was Vietnam, it was the Bay of Pigs. It was about fucking money. It's always about money. And
money
LBJ, but it's like we have got to say enough with the Federal Reserve. We have to fucking kick their ass out, and we need to say today, the dollar is worth this much in gold and this much in silver, and we cannot spend any more money than we take in. And that's it, until the Federal Reserve to suck our dicks and not pay those cocksuckers back, because that's a fucking scheme that we should have never been part of. We're paying interest to people who print money that isn't real to begin with.
Right.
Yeah, it's all a scam. The Federal Reserve's a scam. All
if
the
you want to go get loan sharks, you can do that on your own time and by yourself privately. Leave us the hell out of it.
Yeah, but not your entire country. Your entire country is living off a loan shark. It's ridiculous.
I haven't seen this video yet, but I've been hearing good things about it.
Autistic Buccaneers. Once again, I find myself compelled to ask too much of you.
You heard the captain, you scurvy bilge rats. Hoist the sails, me mateys. What say ye, Captain? Shall we chart a course for buxom winches and shiny doubloons?
Not this time, Quartermaster Jones. We received a seagull from Tucker in Tortuga. The city's on fire, and it's looking like arson.
But Captain, a straight shot to Tortuga takes us through Leviathan's grip, Kraken territory.
Then you best get right with the Lord.
Look alive, you potbelly dipshits. We're in uncharted waters.
Prepare your spirits, men. Pray that the white whale still patrols these here channels.
They got his voice so right.
Poseidon's progeny. That'd be a grandmother Kraken, old Pelosi, the beast of the depths. The legends are true, my God.
This is so great.
She just ripped apart the rest of the fleet, but today we say to death, you're fired.
We may make it out of this yet. Look over yonder. It's Whitey the whale.
Whitey the whale.
Oh, shit.
That was close. On to Tortuga. Tucker said there was a blockade. We'll have to find a way around it.
We can sneak into Tortuga dressed as Chinese merchants. Me fucking hell, right?
Greetings. My crew and I are just a bunch of chill Chinamen. We're here to sell some opium and maybe meet the governor.
Hero Prees, of herring opium.
Dial it down.
Hey, real Chinese guy.
Look at this. Hey, real Chinese guy.
Oh, this is so good.
Could really go for some opium after I address this angry mob.
Touche, Quartermaster Jones.
We are going to get to the bottom of this. I'm as angry as you are about these fires. If you don't believe me, I'll stab you in the throat. I mean, hey, what's up?
Howdy, governor, prepare to OD on justice.
Way to go, Maverick Darby. That was awesome.
That was fucking great.
Autistic Buccaneers.
Oh, it's so good. Please send that to me in a DM, Jim. That's awesome.
That was great. That was great.
The fuck's the one below it?
I mean, to AI's favor, RFK is kind of robotic a little bit, so.
Oh, I can't take RFK's voice. That's why he could never be elected to a position. You can't listen to the man talk.
Yeah, not any prominent position at least.
Oh no,
Potter. Jesus Christ.
You must be mistaken, kind sir. I'm just a regular guy.
Bullshit. You're a wizard, Donnie.
Jones, dude, I don't want this to come off too autistic, but I just get the sense that you're a really good guy.
Well, thanks for saying that, Donnie. Anywho, you know how your parents are dead? If we don't step up, everyone is going to have dead parents.
That makes me upset, Jones Grit, in a huge way, actually. What do we do?
Let's go get you some school supplies.
These don't seem like regular school supplies.
Oh, yeah, that's because you're not going to a regular school.
Welcome to Tismhart. I am Professor Muskeldor. Fun fact about me, I'm angry about the way things are going in the world.
You're all gay.
I teach potions, but my passion is purging the school of fat kids. They're disgusting.
Class, who can tell me why Billington Gatesum and Anton Faucinius belong in Azkaban?
Who is that? I don't know who she
Happy
is.
holidays, Donnie. It's pronounced Merry Christmas. Semi-related. Your father seems like he is on a first-name basis with the devil.
Trans women are weaponized mentally ill men dressed like special needs tramps, Professor?
correct. 75 points to libertinian.
They're using blood magic, but we've got spells they've never heard of, like 1776 Maxima. That one melts commies' faces off.
I need a mask for that one.
We're coming for you, Schwab.
This is brilliant.
Oh my God, that's fucking amazing, Jim.
I would love that shit. That was great. Thank you for playing that.
I hope he's got more. That's so goddamn good. Maverick
needed that
Alexander. Did you send me the link for him? Fuck, I'm gonna sub to that dude too.
Yeah. Am I the only one that's kind of been on edge waiting for like another shoe to drop, like some big horseshit thing to prevent him from being sworn in tomorrow? Because I'm just like, it's like I've been like this for days, like waiting for some horseshit thing to go wrong over there.
We watched a video last night where some old man told us it's already in the works. He is not going to be
yeah, I saw some of that. Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh, there's another one.
Yeah.
No, I think everything's waiting until after the inauguration.
Probably.
We gathered the best and brightest from around the world to
this is good.
combat the forces of darkness.
I've seen this.
Let me get a roll call already. You delightful cripple.
What do you call delightful?
For
What?
example, is powers identifying
Oh,
globalists.
crip.
That's a globalist.
Well done, Alex.
Impressive.
Actually,
Show me more. You low altitude genius.
Yeah.
This is Josie. She's a constitutional scholar who isn't afraid to call people retards. Very promising.
I don't find that uninspiring.
Totally. Then there's Joshua. He's a future senator who currently teaches counter-propaganda. His colleague Poso is impressive as well.
1-800-leaders.com. My goodness.
I'm just getting warmed up, Donnie J.
I thought I was going to say Ethan Van Skyver for a second here.
I think we got some lag. Pause it a second. I think we're lagging.
For lag?
Yeah, I might want to back it up. It might think it's lagging in playback. Yeah.
Totally. Then there's Joshua. He's a future senator who currently teaches counter-propaganda. His colleague Poso is impressive as well.
1-800-leaders.com. My goodness.
I'm just getting warmed up, Donnie J.
Garbage Human 24. Clown.
Just a picture of Twitter.
Hey, who's that big fella over there?
That's Baron. He's only beginning to explore the depths of his power, but he's essential in the fight to come.
Against whom exactly?
Mainly NPCs and perverts.
NPCs and pervert.
It's gonna be like those just regular beat 'em up games where he's just like swinging and taking out like 5 to 20 at a time.
Huge news.
Oh, this is like it's like his whole. He must have a podcast. This guy.
Good for him, man. Like, I just love how good he's got the voices down.
Yeah.
Because like I use some AI software and like pulling voices is not the easy part. That's the fucking hard part.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh shit. Oh, you killed him.
Jim, you're not monetized. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
It'll hurt his reach, man.
I thought there
How's
was
he
one I
supposed to
saw
get
where there was.
monetized?
I
Oh
swore there was-
yeah.
His reach.
does,
He's
it's
got
not-
5,000. He's got 7,000 followers on Twitter. He's got plenty of reach. He just needs like 250 more to hit like or subscribe to his YouTube channel. Jim's huge on the Twitters.
Oh, speaking of which, did you see that crazy shit going on with Shane Davis and Eric July?
I saw it.
Just
what is that?
It's you know, as a Gen X
hey,
guy,
what's up, Vito? You got the link.
You got the link, Vito. Come on in.
Hey, Vito. Yeah. But I mean, the idea of actually learning your craft and then being knocked down a couple pegs and getting better because of
like life,
adversity.
like life,
yeah, like life was. But
Yeah.
you know, like not thinking you're hot shit and having people call you out so that you know, like Rocky 3, where you get your ass kicked by Clubber Lang and you have to like get that eye of the tiger back, and you understand that it's a part of natural masculine evolution, where you need to get knocked down to understand and to
Dude,
grow even more.
I worked in the locating business for 17 years. And then we got bought out, and there was 5 managers. They wanted to get down to 3. I'm in my late 30s, 4 kids, house payment, and I was one of the ones that had to go.
Mm-hmm.
So you know what you do?
Yeah.
You start over again, dude.
Oh, yeah.
You figure it out, and you get a job, and you do the job that you can get, and you're already a pretty smart guy, because I was at a pretty high level at that company. So when I got hired to this other company, I started at the bottom and took like 2 months to go from here to there, right? And then I got there, and then I got a call from another guy, and now, you know, I was listening to the guy I like earlier talking. He's 32 years old, and he's already given up on his ability to ever better himself. Could you
I
imagine?
don't understand that. We didn't have a choice.
Dude.
I mean, everything we were taught, like growing up as kids in the 70s and the 80s, it's like life isn't fair. Like
Never.
you have to work hard, and then you have to get lucky. I mean, that's the thing, is you got to work hard. You got to be honest with yourself. And
but
then
you
sometimes
working
it takes
hard
time.
and having connections leads to that. Maybe getting a phone call one day out of the blue where you go,
yeah,
I'll take that job. And so here was my story. Like, so I take that job, I do it. I'm on the road. I spent a year in fucking Minneapolis, Minnesota. I'd come home on weekends with 4 kids. My wife is putting up with this shit. I'm living in a hotel 5 days a week, and I drive home on weekends.
I did that for 10 years. I was in an airplane and gone.
So it was terrible. But you know what my wife didn't do? Bitch. She's like, we got to eat. You got to do what you got to do so we can eat. She wasn't leaving me because some other dude could let her eat better. Right. So then I take another job. I do that job. And then one day I get a phone call from a guy. And he says, hey, man, I talked to your buddy at a trade show. He says you're really good at this locating thing, and you were a manager. He goes, how would you like to sell locating equipment? I'm 41 or 42 at this point, and I go, sell? I've never sold anything in my life. That's never been my thing.
Right.
So I do an interview with him, and he makes me the offer, and I said, you got it, bro. I took the 15 years later. I'm not gonna lie, dude. It's been very good to me. Very good. Like, if you want to make money, go sell some shit that people need.
Yeah, and not everybody
high-ticket items.
Yeah,
and not everybody can do that. I mean, and be able to read a room and be able to read a customer. Like, I'm not built for that. I'm just not.
You're not. Here's the thing, though.
Well, Dave's
guys,
got a little bit of a unique sales job, I would argue, compared to like some. He's not cold calling or.
Well, that's not necessarily. Well, that's true, but I will say this: what I sell, people call me knowing what they're looking. It's like a car salesman, right?
Yeah.
When
It's
guys
like
show up at the car lot,
a little different.
when guys show up at the car lot, they're there for a reason. They want to buy a fucking car. When they call me, they want to buy what I'm selling. So it's up to me at that point to make them feel good about what they're purchasing, right?
Yeah.
Unlike Kurt Russell, where he's using bubble gum last night to put a bumper on a car.
Right.
Vito, what
rolling back odometers?
Yeah.
Hey, Vito. By the way, I really liked your show Friday. That was fun. These last
It was
two
a
have
good
been
show.
great.
Oh, thank you.
Both were great. Yeah. I mean, you were on it, so it was only okay. Dick crushed it as usual, but it was still a good show.
Well, I want to thank Vito for showing up with Ethan Ralph being on my stream last week. That was pretty bold of you, Vito.
I don't think it was.
I
don't even know why I was there. There's nothing to say.
No, but the reason you were there is because we like you.
Yeah, but like I don't even like Ralph. I don't even know if
Ralph's not mad at you at all. He made that very clear.
I know, but like, well, I don't know. It just feels like that situation does not involve me in any meaningful way.
It doesn't.
Yeah,
that was a good part, and you said it. And
now he's in
agreed.
rehab. I hope it works out.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. We were just talking about what the hell is going on with Shane Davis and Ripa and this going back and forth and like gatekeeping comics. Like this shit has been going on all day.
I said the consumer is the gatekeeper, always is and always will be. Like,
yeah.
It was this post by Eric, which was on yesterday at 8:30.
Who's he talking to?
I think he was talking to Shane or someone. I don't know.
Yeah. For somebody, I mean, there's the puppet show where Ethan lives in Eric July's head. I think both Ethan and Shane both live in Eric July's head at this point. Why would you be doing this? Why would you be
ever
continuing this?
Yeah, it's very, I don't know what his point he keeps trying to make is. He's always like, well, there's multiple ways for people to. I feel like he's upset that he like wants to be considered an indie creator, and it's like, well, sure, you're an indie creator. What do you mean? It's like, yeah, but they're like gatekeeping it or something. I'm like, well, how? It doesn't matter. What do you mean?
They're
just saying you kind of like suck as a person. You know, like you're doing your own thing. You don't really care about anybody else succeeding other than yourself. You don't even read comics to begin with, so who cares? But yeah.
Do you think he wants essentially to be in the HOV lane, speeding past everybody else to have credibility as a comic book something? I mean, I'm not going to say artist or writer, but comic book something, versus guys who spent 2 decades in their industry. And I don't care what industry. I was discussing
this yesterday. It's like Eric July goes like, I want respect as a comic guy. And you're like, well, why do you think you deserve that? Because I made a lot of money. Well, okay, but that's not what this is, man. Like there's a lot of guys who are way more talented than you that have made less money, and there's a lot of guys who are probably, well, I'm not gonna say anyone's less talented than you, but
hey Vito, Radio Shack made a lot of money with computers back in the day. Now they're fucking gone.
True.
Okay,
Tandy.
It's gone. It's not a thing anymore.
It's like he wants, I would never have entered. He's been doing this for less than like 3 years, 2 years.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're like, bro, calm the fuck down. Like, no, you're not the Captain Industry. You're not Stan Lee. If anyone, here's what I would do. If I was a guy and I just made my first couple comic books and a podcast invited me on, they wanted to call me the Black Stan Lee. I am a black gentleman, of course. So I would say, please don't call me that. That's insane. That's like ridiculous. Stanley worked for like 50 years to be known for what he was.
Right. And that was the white guy at that fucking trade show, comic, or was it Anime Matsuri, right? They were all down there at Matsuri, and that presenter said, "Here's the Black Stanley of comics," and Eric did not fucking shut it down right then. Vito.
No.
Yeah,
there was just something on Twitter. Some guy saying,
"We're gonna be furious if you call me the Black Stanley." What are you, insane? Don't
right, like, dude, I don't need that fucking voodoo on me. Don't put that on me.
But think about this: when you sit there and demand something, whether it's attention, love, or respect, that means that the person that you're demanding this from hasn't naturally, as an outcome of who you are or what you've done, given it to you. Okay, like in their estimation, you don't deserve to be loved or heard or respected. When you tell somebody you got to respect me because I made fucking 3.4 million on my first book and therefore I know what I'm doing. And it's like with the moment to me, and maybe it's a generational thing where you do that, I suddenly lose any motherfucking respect for you. Like, what are you, a clown? I mean, what are you, like, you're demanding something that you think you're entitled to when it should be a natural outcome of sustained performance. I mean, is that crazy?
Well, Vito, you're a creator, and how many followers do you have on YouTube?
I had 250,000, but you lose them whenever you stream video games.
Sure, right, like same thing.
I hit like 250 at one point.
So when you came out with your book, 250, right?
Yeah.
Do you think if you had those 250,000 followers on YouTube that you would have made half of what you made on your first book that you're getting ready to send out this year?
You're saying if I didn't have them?
Yeah, if you didn't have them.
Yeah, no, I'd be fucked.
You'd be fucked, right? Like this is like the only reason you could do this is because maybe 5% of my fans will throw me a super chat once in a while, right? And you're like, well, maybe they'll buy a book, right? Yeah. So hey, if I can get 5% of my 250,000 followers to throw me $25 for a book, it's $100,000. That's pretty goddamn good. And I'm going to make it valued for them. I'm going to give them cards. I'm going to give them tchotchkes to go with it.
Hell
and
yeah.
Yeah. And lunch boxes, right? All that stuff.
Absolutely.
And even if you break even on the first book, but you get good reviews when it's over, you're like, well, maybe now I've got people interested. Like this is a world they want to be involved in. That's not what Eric did. It didn't happen that way for him. He was on Fox News. He was on The Blaze. He was on the Fellowship streams promoting a shit book with a shit character that a lot of fucking white middle-aged men paid for because we were pissed off at mainstream media. That's the facts. And if you don't accept that, you don't know what fucking Eric July is about. He's the token for the Fellowship. And we all fucking agreed with Gary and Az that he's a good guy and he's on our side. And he's not at all. Look at his latest hire, Gothics. What the fuck was that, Jim?
Why couldn't he hire somebody who's like if you're gonna hire a YouTube person,
that's
is there
it.
one comic book person who you could hire?
That would be
not another.
Just one.
Anybody.
I think Gothics was hired.
You could have hired Frog Tony. Like
no, but hear this out. I want to hear what you guys think. I think Gothics was hired to be his attack dog, to be his female diverse attack dog, to defend him.
And they can't give her too much shit. Yeah.
That's what I think. I mean, it sounds stupid. Like, why would someone do that? And then I use two words, Eric July. And it's like, oh, okay. You know what I mean? And again, I've said it how many times on your show. I want Eric July to be successful, but the way that Eric July is successful is he produces a good comic book. And that's all that he does. Just produce good comic books and build a good world. I want that for me because I'm selfish as a comic book reader. I want that. And if Eric July makes money off of it, that's great. But I cannot and I will not give that motherfucker one more dollar for anything. Like, I will buy something on a $5. And part of it is I felt like I was lied to about. I was vastly oversold the quality in what ISA #1 and even Alpha Core that someone borrowed me to read. Like I cannot, in good faith, like I've never made a video about it on my channel. I've been on YouTube for 4 years. I don't make anti-Eric July content. I am so greatly disappointed in him and every fucking thing that he does. It is some of the stupidest shit that I have ever seen from anybody.
Brilliant.
And I've worked in corporate America for 25 years and I've seen a lot of fucking stupid shit. Like I have,
well, I
but
mean,
it's just like
designs and everything to this hat that just came the fuck out. Like he's still like, what is going on? You have horrible artistic taste, obviously. If you're the one like editing and directing all this bullshit, like what is going on? You can't do apparel, you can't do comic books. Like you don't have an artistic eye, bro. Go back to politics, economics. Like you were doing all right over there. Like you were stable. You're making like $20K a month. Like
Jim,
what's your problem?
Jim, I finally have some. Like I know where this Doug TenNapel tweet came up with in our chat. Like, so he was talking to Eric. Okay,
yeah, he was talking to Eric. Yeah, no,
I thought he was talking to EVS. Okay,
no, Eric posted this thing about the Riververse with Gothics, and so Doug TenNapel came in and said, they went from creating a comic company that can't write or draw to creating a commentary channel that can't comment on politics. Marketing is about selling 12 cents worth of sugar water for $2.
That's absolutely right.
Yeah, marketing is content. Commercials are more interesting than shows. Arguing about comics and movies has more drama than comics or movies. Luckily, we have an army of AI robots coming to create better content for an audience of AI robots, then will consume it.
That's astute.
And then,
wow.
And then he said, he said, and they can't say this commentary is prescribed by Ethan. This is an honest, unbiased take. He's, you know, all this stuff, and he's like, he's not a hater, and then all these people saying all this stuff, they're going back and forth, and then, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, you know.
Well, then Eric July did what he did to me when I said, "Hey, I'm deeply disappointed in ISOM," and said to me, "My man, I haven't been doing detractor videos for a year and all this shit." Essentially, it's obfuscating the original point of what you're trying to make, which is that this happened. I'm disappointed. What drove me away was these actions, the things that you did, and then the conversation gets redirected off with squirrel words and hibbity jibbity bullshit, and that's kind of what his response was. Yeah, there you go.
But
like
this is the gayest. This is the gayest thing ever, right here. This is so gay.
So Eric goes,
Like,
hey Doug, I wanted to DM you, but I saw your DMs were closed, so no biggie. I respect what you've accomplished in the world of comics, though I think it's unfair to suggest that Chuck Dixon, Mike Barron, Will Conrad, Bart Sanders, Kane White,
he
and the others
threw out
cannot
the
write
big
or
names,
draw.
not the Saska twins.
Yeah, no,
not
they can't write or
not
draw.
Kane and White. Yeah, the big guns. Yeah,
You know,
Yeah.
you know,
Who's the
all
Deb
that-
Carita? Why isn't she on that list of masters of comic books?
exactly.
I was actually surprised that Doug turned on, because I remember Doug at one point was like, "Oh, why is everybody being mean to Eric July?" And we're like, "Well, because comics fucking suck, and all his friends are lying and saying that they're great." And I'm like, you know, which is kind of shitty for a bunch of guys who have been preaching for the last couple years. You know, the Hollywood mainstream, they just lie and protect each other. Like, you know, they don't tell it like it is. Our buddy made a comic book. Oh, is it good? He made it, man. Oh yeah, you gotta buy it. You gotta buy it. All right, man. Cool.
Yeah. But this is funny because he's like, he wants to chat with him privately, you know, because he wants to, you know, perhaps we can both soak in some knowledge from one another.
How can I buy you off? That's what that is.
Yeah. How can I get you to make the cover for me next book? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, let's not forget, didn't Ethan do a cover for Eric? Didn't John or Shane do a cover for Eric?
Mm-hmm.
So,
You know,
I mean,
then Eric posted this a little after that saying, I totally understand if you don't like the Rippaverse and all it has to offer. That's an opinion you're free to have and voice. There are many other comic options out there, but others having fun in our journey should not upset you. You shouldn't be so worked up over, and you're constantly angry when people speak positively about us.
It's projection.
Find yourself actively looking. This is such protection because, no, people get upset when anyone speaks negatively about the Rippaverse. And they become like crazy maniacs.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you all
is the glove
considered
department?
Have all
Does he
considered
does he reference the glove department in this?
No, that's a different one. That's the one when he's talking about the cops getting.
Oh,
air
I know.
out
I was
and
trying
all
to
that.
be funny, like if the glove department or not. So
Check your glove departments. You know this is to be true.
have you all considered accepting Eric July as your Lord and Savior? The only way forward is to embrace him and his business. Check your glove departments. You know this to be true. Oh no, Dan Blackroyd.
is that like a prison parlance, like
I'll
the
check
rubber
it.
glove department? You know?
No, he was in his. No, he
I
just.
find that.
I don't know. Because he's the editor in chief. He's the fucking writer. He's the owner. He's the businessman of the shop.
But is he really?
Use spell check,
Is he-
I guess.
Is he really?
Well, he had a tweet posted with all the, you know.
I mean, the one thing from Eric is that it's just like, I don't know. He's in it. He
Here's
believes his own
this is-
delusion.
Yeah,
Yeah,
look,
go ahead.
look at this, Vito. He says right here, I can't speak for other people, but you've never seen me go aggressively after people. Bullshit.
What?
What?
Because they enjoy something that I don't. Like, you have monetized
Actually, you
your
kinda
haters,
have.
bro.
He did, but he did on his channel before he started the ripoff, the Rippaverse.
Dude,
That's
he
all
still
would do.
does. If you like the new Captain America Falcon guy, you're a simp piece of shit that don't understand anything about comics. Like, fuck off,
And
Eric.
but if you ask him if he read any of those comics or watched any of the movies, he'll say, "I don't have time for any of that." And you go,
He'll say,
"Well, then
yeah.
why does your opinion on any of this? Why do you care then?" Like,
What
what is this?
what he'll say is, hey, can we go back to ISO 1 real quick and look for the chat for the answer? What does that mean? What's he talking about? Spider-Man book.
This is actually a good exchange because then this guy comes in.
Yeah, amazing.
You know, after he
15,
says you
right?
like what you don't like, nobody's going to attack you. And this guy's like, I've seen your fans attacking others. I don't see you telling them to get off the internet. Fans are going to love what they love and hate what they hate. You have no control over that. Your statement falls on deaf ears because you can't police your own fandom, let alone non-fans. Eric goes, "What fans are attacking people for liking something? Can you show examples of my fans doing that in the name of fandom?"
This is that whole
you guys
squirrel
attack
words
fucking the
manipulation.
Spider-Man guy all the you go, Miles Morales isn't really Spider-Man. Oh, like I see them all the time doing that shit to like just random people being like, I kind of like Miles Morales.
So
He's
is
not
Eric
really
saying he's
Spider-Man.
never seen a Sturgis video in his fucking life?
Student of God has a whole fucking a thread about me, like me, who I'm nobody. He's got a 29 chapter thread about BTM reviews.
He's got a manifesto. He's got a manifesto.
A manifesto about BTM reviews. Okay, dude.
And in this case, like, no, sorry, I have a life. I can't provide a list of examples for you. I don't care that much. I've seen it. It happens. Unless, of course, you believe in all of pop culture fandom, you have the most innocent and pure fan base ever. Eric is like, interesting. Well, I've never seen this, and I have a very hard time believing this is a regular
fuck
thing.
you. They came after me when I innocently said I was deeply disappointed in him because I'd met him and his future wife several years ago and told him how excited I was for him to put out a good comic book. And I backed it, and I bought those piece of shit t-shirts, which I threw away in the fucking garbage after I read the book, and wanted nothing but for him to be successful. And I think, like a lot of us, we expected the first book to be hopefully okay, and then things to get better. And the problem was with each successive book, every mistake was there and amplified, whether it was an Alpha Core or whatever the else fuck came out after I stopped reading it, because I had friends who kept buying Ripa stuff saying it's gonna get better, it's gotta get better.
The guy in the top here did. The guy in the top kept buying it.
I do gotta say one thing though. I gotta save his integrity on one thing. I will say he needs to go into clothes except for figure out somebody else to design it, because I will say the shirt was actually not too bad. It was soft, really soft, 100% cotton. It's been washed and dried dozens of times. Still looks fairly new. Like quality on the shirt.
Yellow one?
Yeah.
Was it the yellow gay pride one? Yeah, it just wasn't my color. So I mean, if you like it, that's
fair
cool.
enough. Yeah, exactly.
So
I was like, fuck, you should go this way, bro. Like this might work. He just needs some design skills. Not some shorts that look like they should be on a 7-year-old.
It looks like it's in like a Salt and Pepper video. That's the way that the Ripa Spring Summer collection looked like it was from the
I just
early
use it for
90s.
work shirts and whatnot now, working out in the yard and all that stuff. I'm like, fuck it. Might as well I paid for it.
That's what Vito draws his book in. He the ISOM shirt, the yellow ISOM shirt.
I wear the ISOM shirt.
Yeah.
None of his merch is even cool. I don't think.
That's what I'm saying.
Nah, it really isn't.
That's why I
the weirdest
sold
thing
it
is
the
I
day
go
after
like,
I got
man,
it.
there's so much cool stuff being made right now. Like even stuff I don't care. Like I look at that Common America. I've never read it, but I'm like, well, that looks pretty cool. Or like Ghost Machine. I haven't read it, but I'm like, that looks pretty cool. I can't
All those
put
Ghost
anything-
Machine titles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I look at the Rippaverse, I'm like, can't you design like one cool thing that I go, well, that looks kind of cool.
Yeah.
Yaira is like so over designed. Here's my theory on the superhero characters is like, actually the one who gets closest to maybe being something would be like Isom, because I always think the best design is like something a child could sit down and draw, kind of. Like if you tell a kid to draw Spider-Man, they're not going to get it exactly, but they're like, well, it's iconic. It's like a red suit. It's got webs, And then I just look at Yaira, and it's like, if you asked me to draw Yaira, I'd be like, I don't know. There's a bunch of fucking triangles and gold trim, and she's got gloves and a head. It's like all over the fucking place.
But part of it for me is the art style. It's too complex. Like, when you look at clean titles and maybe it's because I'm Gen X and 54, and I was reading these titles in the 70s and 80s, and then, a little bit in the 90s.
Fuck,
but
you're
it was
older than
good,
me?
clean
Holy shit.
art. What's up?
You're older than me? Holy shit.
Yeah, it's called Good Clean Living. That's why I look at them.
Stay clean. And then also the guys he got's drawing the fucking like promo. Like he has that one guy, Igor or whatever, who's like just his butt. He just had like his buddy design all the characters, and at no point said, "Oh, my buddy's not really that good at this. I should probably just pay someone else to do it." Instead, he's stuck with his buddy's like fucking character designs, and now he's having like actual artists try to take. It's actually kind of insulting to the artists. Where they go, oh, cool, do I get to like design the character? He's like, no, my retarded friend designed them 5 years ago in a notebook. Can you just redraw them?
Jim, what is this diatribe?
Oh my
This is some
God.
diatribe that Eric rolled out with, that this is what got Shane involved. Because Eric says, if I can chimes in on this conversation, what we're seeing here is the old guard and entitled realize they no longer have control of the industry.
Entitled. Okay, so I would like Eric to define entitled in the comic book industry. Like, they got fired, dude.
I'd like to define industry. The mainstream. What is this? Let's see. No longer have control of the industry. What industry? What do you mean?
The indie. What the
independent industry?
The crowdfunding industry.
I hate to tell you this, Ethan Van Sciver. I love him. Whatever. He never had control of any industry ever. Not even for a second.
No.
He's never been in control of any of this.
Nope. He got a paycheck.
Yeah.
What I want to know is how does in Vito, you brought it up as you brought up Ghost Machine. How does a publisher like Ghost Machine, which has a variety of titles, you got Red Coat, you have I'm blanking on it, Hyde Street, well, now that's Mad Cave, you have Mad Cave and the titles they're putting out. These are critically well received. They're indie press that, they're not making any kind of the numbers the way that DC and Marvel does, but these are great quality books with great captivating stories, and I started following them because it's a great effing story, and it's pretty goddamn good art too. They didn't make $3 million on their first issue launch, and their sales are pretty good, but they're not anywhere near Marvel or DC. And what I don't understand is where in this equation of the Eric July needs to climb up on a cross and nail himself up there, and it's Ethan Van Sciver stabbing him with his racist spear continually. How does he reconcile this with the fact that editorially and creatively and from a narrative perspective, his books are shit and everybody says that? How does the world only consist of Eric July and fucking Ethan Van Sciver and then people who used to work for Eric July? Where's everybody else in this? Why isn't he comparing himself to other small press creators? Why is he only living in this world where fucking what Ethan says matters or needs to be responded to?
Well, that's a very good point. It's like this man has a very bizarre tunnel vision. I mean, like, look, he's just a dummy. Like the fact he goes like, "Oh, well, what's happening here?" He's trying to make it sound like he's a victim of the mainstream apparatus when it's a guy who goes on YouTube, makes frog comic books, and goofs on him. It's like he can only view the world in these very bizarre, I'm the eternal victim. And it's like, no, a guy on the internet is clowning on you, Eric.
Yeah.
Because he's better at it than you. You've tried to clown on people, and every time you do it, you look stupid because you can't back it up. Your comic sucks.
Agreed.
This is just a crazy guy.
And then he's got his low IQ sort of, and if people like it, you're allowed to, but there's a lot of low IQ, weird, race baiting, you hate a black man because he's successful bullshit accounts that buy his merch. And they're allowed to like it and they're allowed to do whatever, but it's just the amount of white knighting to save poor Eric July from himself and his inability to apparently write and speak English half the time, whether it's in his comic books or on fucking Twitter. And I'm not saying that to be mean. I don't give a fuck what Eric July does or his success or whatever it is. I don't give a fuck about it. But it's annoying where every time I turn around, I watch this man who I desperately want to succeed. I really want him to succeed because that means we as comic book fans get a good product and then reward him for a good product. But every time this guy, whenever something goes wrong that's of his own fucking making, it's everybody else's goddamn fault that it didn't work. And it doesn't matter what it is.
At this point, I don't give a fuck if he succeeds or not. He can fuck off. I'm sorry.
No,
he's
I want
not
him to be successful.
He's not an honest player. He's not an honest guy.
He's not. Well, you can't be honest until you're honest with yourself. And I said it on the first time I came and talked with you guys.
Right.
You have to have somebody to tell you fucking no. And you're not the smartest kid. And hey, you fucked up and don't do that again. If nobody does that, you keep tripping over your own goddamn balls and untied shoelaces. And you become a laughing stock while everybody keeps cashing those paychecks.
Well, that's why I think it's so great that Vito's on Dick's show, because Dick tells Vito all the time, hey, dude, what the fuck are you doing?
What did I do? I didn't do anything.
Right. That's your answer every time. And Dick's like, well, let's pull this up. It's the best ever. Your show is so good with you two. It's incredible.
Just fucking anything I do gets picked apart.
Well, it goes the other way too. I've seen Vito get dick on a few things.
I've gotten dick. Yeah, that's true. Honestly,
It's just that left-right dynamic that you guys do so well.
Yeah, Dick writes down what I do. I just see Dick do something stupid. I go, what are you gonna do?
I just wish if you're going to talk about being on a show with Ethan Ralph on my show, you might throw me a bone. Like it was on BTM Reviews with Jim the other night.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't give you a plug.
That's okay, dude. I'm just giving you shit.
Wow. Way to beg. Way to beg, Dave.
I'm just saying, you could have. Yeah,
hey,
this guy pulled
I've never begged anybody for anything except for Vito now.
Dave is asking for a reach around. He just wants to reach around.
I know. I've
Vito,
met Dick. Dick and you know Vito. Dick in person's a super nice guy. Super nice guy. Good. Yeah. He's
a fun guy. Yes, that's what people don't get is they like see us fight on the show and they go, "Oh my god, it must be impossible." Like the second the show ends, we're just like laughing our ass.
He's a fun guy, dude. Like we had a nice conversation in Nashville. He was so nice. Really cool.
Yeah, I'm so happy, man. He's having a kid with a girl. Like they deserve. They drive me nuts though, because for the longest time, I'm like, when are you guys gonna make a fucking kid?
Now they are.
Because he's always like talking about his nephews, like all the time. He's talking about, I hung out with my nephews, I'm like, you can make one of those kids, like you don't just gotta play with your fucking sister's kids.
Yeah. So it looks like Knaple fucking broke down and let Eric DM him.
Ooh.
So I'll be glad to open my DMs to you, Eric. I didn't mean to come off like I was degrading the work of those fine guys, many of whom I consider friend, because Eric was talking shit about, like Chuck Dixon,
Barron,
Mike Barron, and all those guys. He said, my distinction is with the artist and writer versus the company that hires them. I don't deny that companies pay for stories, but I think your company is founded on fandom and influence, which is different than founding on actual attributes of the product.
Oh, snap!
Yeah.
That was ripping balls off. That's what that was.
I've done enough crowdfunding to know that it has to have a viral angle, but I think the marketing virality is still put ahead of the comic itself. I hope your comics are good, Eric. We have that in common. He says, I'll DM you. And people are saying, well, Eric spent his own money, so it's like, what the fuck, man?
Dude, don't try and get really stupid people who believe a lie to stop their beliefs. He even quit his very successful
podcast before it launched. He didn't quit his fucking podcast. What are you fucking talking about?
This is so people. This is cult-like behavior. It is cult-like behavior. And the more that you introduce logic to someone who has a belief system that is not based in logic, the more they're going to become emotional. Because when you lack logic in an argument, your only other default is to become emotional and manipulative.
But all of this stuff started with this tweet by Eric.
And then somehow Shane got worked into this damn thing too, where they were talking.
Shane came into it because Eric says, if I can chime in on this conversation, what we are seeing is the old guard and entitled realize they no longer have control of the industry. So he's talking about Shane, he's talking about Ethan, John Malin, Comicsgate. That's who he's talking.
It's just, but it's these broad generalities that work on FNT. On the brain dead grifter shit that the same fucking song and dance on FNT for how many goddamn years now? Okay. A lot of people that started watching it in 2017, for me, it ran out of its usefulness around 2020. When I started to go, this is Groundhog Day. I'm just hearing the same thing. Star Wars is dead. MCU, all of this other shit. Jeremy Griggs getting in a fucking argument with us. And it's like, I got better shit to do with my Friday night. In that, I don't know
which
what
was
the fuck
actually
these guys are talking
late
about.
Friday afternoon.
Yeah. I mean, I had to turn off Ethan's stream last night because of that shit with watching Geeks and Gamers, because Jeremy Griggs in that panel of I swear to God, all these people should be working at Bed Bath and Beyond in the stockroom or fucking Waffle House washing down tables. Why the fuck do I care what these people think about what's going on in video games or comics? Who the fuck are they? Did they work in the industry? Did they know how to do anything at all? Fuck these clowns. I mean, it just made my goddamn skin crawl. In the longer and farther that I've been away from the fellowship and all this other shit, the more I'm like, how the fuck did I let this into my psyche? How the fuck did I let it influence my opinion at all? You go,
wait a minute, there's still some good shit being made that they never told me was out there. And you're like,
I don't hear anybody talking about the good stuff that came out last year. And there was some good stuff. Now there was a lot of shit, but there was some good fun stuff too, you know?
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, the tragedy to me is I'm like, these are guys who like fundamentally have no idea what art is, you know?
Agreed.
Like
Agreed.
I'm looking at, I'm like, I got to go see that new film, The Brutalist. It's like 3 hours long. It's Adrian Brody as an Art Deco, what do you call it? Architect.
Liar.
Post World War II era. And the only reason I don't want to see it is I'm like, oh my God, 3 hours with an intermission. I got to go sit in a movie theater. But I'm like, you know, that intrigues me. These guys, I don't think know that movie exists. You know, like they don't consume any media.
If Christopher Nolan's not the director and it's over 3 hours, they don't even know it exists. You're right. You know?
But understanding why a movie like that, Vito, like you're talking about, why did they probably make it that way? Well, and what is the legacy in American cinema of having longer form movies like that needed an intermission? I just rewatched How the West Was Won on Blu-ray. Same thing, had the introduction with the symphony before the movie started, had an intermission. The goddamn movie's like 3 hours long. And it's like understanding that this is a spectacle, that you're being brought into a huge world. And that's really what cinema was, especially in that era from the 50s through the 60s. And like, I don't think I would go see that movie, but I'm very interested to hear what people think about it, you know?
But let's be clear, like, all this media that you like, the guys making it were influenced by other pieces of art, and it shaped them and their creative journey. If you're not consuming art, you can't make it. It's literally impossible. It doesn't spring from nothing.
But it's you've got to go.
All they do is watch Star Wars movies and Marvel movies, which I find those things interesting. They're interesting to pick apart. But honestly, like, I look at myself and I go, Vito, what are you doing? You gotta watch something real once in a while.
Yeah.
Right. Like Justified.
Yeah, I mean,
try to make a concerted effort.
But understanding the primary source of this, like Vito's talking about, I mean, understand why something is being made. Like so much of the Star Trek, the original series, they incorporate a lot of Greek, mythos in there. And I'm not saying you have to go audit a fucking graduate class in like Greek and Roman literature, but understanding why they put things in there and why some of these were parables or reenactments of Greek tragedies and things like that. It'll make you appreciate something like some of those original Star Trek things, or even look at George Lucas in his interviews. Why did he make Star
Trek
Wars?
is Shakespearean in so many ways. Star Wars is Shakespearean in so many ways.
Well, exactly. And what Lucas said is he wanted to take the hero's journey, and everybody knows, about all of those Jungian archetypes and the Campbellian archetypes, and put it on the screen so that a younger generation would appreciate those the hero's journey and the recognizable archetypes that exist throughout all of the world. And it's just like, and then I listen to, MCU and a girl boss and Rey Skywalker. It's like, how many motherfucking times do I have to sit through this bullshit? Like, that's why I turned it off in 2020.
Well, that's what drives me nuts. I'm like, look, I've complained about Star Wars. It's very fun to complain about Star Wars. The problem is when dumbasses go, and here's what should have happened, or here's how to fix it. I go, no, you don't know how to fix it. Like, you don't.
Yeah. No.
Okay. And then they go, who's going to fix it? Eric July. Because he's going to take all the woke shit out of it.
Or Dave Filoni. Remember Dave Filoni was going to fix it?
Dave Filoni.
Was a George Lucas cut? There was a George Lucas cut of the Rise of Skywalker. Remember that? And I just can't. And I like one of those individuals that I mentioned in that. I streamed with him once. And it's like, I just, God damn it, guys. Like, fucking talk about something. Like, can you at least come up with a different shtick than woke's on first, feminists on second,
right.
The whole fucking like who, I don't know, whatever.
I think this is why Shane got mad, is because Eric says means have been decentralized and nobody, veteran or not, can dictate who can create. Independent does not mean guy, gal that worked in the mainstream for decades finally doing their own thing.
How were they able to become an independent and spin off themselves? Look at Mark Millar and what he's doing.
No, but see, that doesn't make them independent. Independent is only Eric.
And yes, Chris, the answer is yes, I did.
So they treat indie like it's a cabal or mafia that can get to decide who is legitimate and who gets to create. They treat it like it's some elitist club. They treat it like it's a fixed pie, which reeks of socialistic, communistic nonsense.
Oh, it's communist.
Is that what it says, or are you making that up?
No, you can't read it. Read what it says.
No, dude, it's like this fucking big on the laptop. So, yeah, I don't need it to be old man blind glaucoma big. I just was like, I couldn't see it. So, yeah.
That's it because it's a picture. It's a hold on. Maybe I can.
No, you can make it smaller. I'm in shock because I didn't read all of his hibbity fucking jibbity on this shit.
Hold
so
on. I might be able to fix it here. Let's see.
You can read it. I'm pausing for dramatic effect.
There we go, Jim. That's nice. There you go.
There we go.
There you are.
Can you see it now?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
They treat Indy like it's a cabal or mafia, like it's socialistic, communistic nonsense, lacks economic understanding. In other words, they think because someone supports another creator, less people will support them.
Nope.
This is the opposite of independence.
Motherfucker. Don't ever. I don't want this guy to ever talk about economics again. I have a degree in fucking economics. And I don't know what kind of hibbity jibbity goddamn community college fucking economics we're talking about here. But the economics I learned occurred in the late 80s, early 90s when that shit actually had some value. So this is I don't know who he's talking to. That's so fucking stupid that they think that he somehow is making sense. None of this is rational, and none of it is based in economic. Oh, fuck! This is why
he thinks he's selling an elastic product, and he's selling an inelastic product.
This is fucking retarded. This is the
They're
most
just
retarded
profoundly
shit.
unintelligent people. It's like, what can you do? They're not smart.
That's why they try.
They're not smart, and they're. It would be one thing if they're like, I don't really know anything, but I just like talking about movies, comic books. You'd go, okay. That's fine. But instead they're like, I'm a fucking genius. You're like, no, you don't know what you're talking about.
But he's such a fucking. Go ahead.
Eric thinks that people that buy his books find him organically.
He thinks he's a great libertarian thought leader.
Yeah, he thinks that organically people are surfing the internet and go, oh, look at this comic book called ISOM. I'm going to buy that. No, dude, it's your fans' plushies. We've said this 1,000 times here. It's your version of Gary or Az's or Jeremy's fucking plushie.
Vito's plushies coming soon.
Well, this is what I don't understand too.
Dude, I can't wait to burn your fucking plushie on the grill.
But this is what I don't understand.
My plushie's gonna be great.
He says this line, which doesn't make any sense. That is why they tried to shift to this quality debate when they were outperformed by young talent. And that quality debate comes from the same line of thinking. Only the pros or the anointed get to decide what's good and what's not. The truth is only the market decides, and once it speaks, it speaks. So he thinks that the people spent whatever $3 million on a book they never fucking read.
That's it. Because we were overpromised and underdelivered, and then
we were part of a cult. Let's admit it. We were part of the fellowship
but
cult.
A lot of people didn't read that book, and I was one of them for the longest
let's see
time.
Here, because Yaira number 2 has been for sale for how many days now?
I don't know. If
you removed being a victim from the marketing plan for every comic book that came out for the Rippaverse, how many sales do you think that this thing would actually have? Do you know what I mean?
You could argue that about the CG network in general, the whole entire Indieverse to an extent. I mean,
but that's
the only reason that.
That's a difference, though. Elemental. Ethan understands the value of his supporters.
That's not why Eric sold so much stuff. Eric sold so much stuff because he had so many. He got support from Fox News. He got support from the Blaze. He got support from the Daily Wire.
He was on Tim fucking Pool, y'all.
Yeah, all these people. So he got this whole thing. Now all these people that got it and read it, and they're like, "Yeah, we're done." So right now it's just the hardcore Rippetards are the only one buying his shit.
Jim, they don't even remember they bought it 3 years ago. They're like,
"It's true."
Like, oh,
I mean,
I threw that shit away like a year ago.
I back other comics on Indiegogo, Fund My Comic, Kickstarter that have nothing to do with Comic Date or anything like this. How many of them, guys, do you think involves one person screaming about I'm an intelligent black man that is being put down by all these gatekeeping assholes who used to work at Marvel has
All
a
of
way
them.
to get me to give them $25 fucking dollars for a book that I see maybe a couple images of as static JPEGs on a website? How many fuckers do you think do that instead of focusing on, hey, I'm excited to tell you about my story. It's this and it's that.
Everyone I've interviewed, Salty, everyone I've interviewed have never complained about anything. They just
Another
are happy to
creator.
get one person to support them that night on the live stream.
And this is what I don't understand. I mean, like when you step out of this weird world of YouTube, affiliated layers of grifter, birthday clown, like little dick clout chasing
birthday
horseshit.
party suits, right? Or
But I mean, I've been on YouTube for 4
Yeah.
years now, and when I saw what the deal was and how you had to suck up and kiss ass and kiss the ring, like that's why I never went anywhere on my channel. I was at 4,000, big fucking deal. I'm proud of what I did. I did it not on my knees, but not on my fucking knees, sucking cock, giving fucking $100 super chats to some fucking clown on Friday evening. That's not what I did, and it's like,
you mean George? Are you talking about George?
I'm not talking about George. I know George. I
like George. I like George.
Wait, which George? Alex
the Giant Slayer.
Giant Slayer.
Yeah, no, George is Giant Slayer. And but my point with all
How
that
you doing,
is
Barb?
honestly,
Barb Rogers, Miss Solar Tower or Terror.
can we what if Eric just stopped being a victim and blamed everybody else again? Like, would anybody talk about Eric July if he wasn't busy doing stupid shit and doing this? Like, what if you just tried to sell your book and then go on, let's say, other comic book channels and talk about not like how you're this and your identity and what ISOM 1 number made, but talking about, I'm excited about this because we got this fantastic story that was written by whomever it is, and we've got this great art and it's a great price. And we're just excited and want people to read this book, as opposed to I'm going to devote all this motherfucking time to screaming up some cranky middle-aged guy who likes pie in New Jersey, and that's going to be basically my fucking marketing plan going forward. While my company's sales just fucking crash into the mountain. I don't get it.
What's funny too is because with Eric saying here about like when the market speaks, it speaks. It doesn't care about how hard you work, how long you worked in the Main Street, or who signed your effort. Well, then why was he championing Chuck Dixon and Mike Barron and all these people coming in? None of that
Bennett,
matters.
all these
If
guys,
it's just him. Yeah. Why is he bringing all these people in? Because ISOM 1 was his first book and did 3.7 million, and then his second book did what, 2.2 million?
2.4, yeah.
And so he's like, oh shit, I got to bring other people in. So he brought in these other people, and it's still then what Alpha Core did 1.7 million.
Yeah. Vito, what were you saying?
He's never going to have another. He's never going to have another $1 million campaign. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, well, of value,
or whatever you want to
recently.
I was going to say the funniest thing ever with Tim Pool was when he. Remember when that Sound of Freedom movie came out?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he had the guy on who made it, and the guy said, "We want to make more movies," and Tim Pool said, "You should talk to Eric July about making an ISOM movie." And then Tim Pool said, "I haven't read it." And I said, "Then why the fuck are you telling him to make it into a movie?" Why is your first instinct to go, well, it's got to be good enough for a movie. It made money. It's like, cocksucker. Read it. And then you go, oh, it's
the
not that
garbage.
Good. Never mind.
This is fucking total egotistical cocksucker.
Keep reading, Jim.
For a decade, when fans took to social media and video platforms to voice their complaints on the industry, they were told to shut up and do their own thing, which is what everyone gets told who says anything negatively or criticizes.
It's an abstract. This is a straw man.
So many of them took them up on that. Many failed, but others have created successful properties through unconventional means. See the Rippaverse and Iconic Comics.
Oh my God.
I can't believe he referenced himself as the example. He's like,
oh my God,
like me. Okay, well, cool, man.
It is silly to find there to be a problem when they stopped being critics and started being doers. Yes, there's a difference between someone trying to do a one-off comic and building an actual comic book company. But either way, the market will decide the staying power.
But that's all we've gotten is one-offs to this point. That's all we've got is like, hey, here's a brand new
Right.
character, and Flores Park looks completely different with their off-ramp signs. Here's another goddamn character completely unrelated to what's happening. Or here's whatever it is, and then you'll get like an insert that makes no sense without continuity somewhere in the comic book. Like, you haven't built a motherfucking universe. Can you give me 12 issues with one character that builds up interest in the character and have a natural, organic progression of introduction of people and maybe creation of, like, I don't know, like interest or mystery, and like that's what I don't get about this. How can you keep releasing number ones of brand new characters? Just who fucking cares? You are not DC with motherfucking Superman and fucking Wonder Woman and Batman with like this almost 100-year legacy.
100-year legacy to maybe throw us a bone once in a while. Like, oh yeah, let's check out this new guy.
I
Andrew,
have so many fucking comic books. Sorry, go ahead.
No, Andrew, it says Ethan was on Tim Pool's show before Eric July. So what? Ethan, he should have been on Tim Pool's show before
there's
Eric
no
July.
problem going on to promote on Tim Pool. You
Yeah,
know.
I was just saying how big it was.
Let's think about this. Ethan's talented. Like,
The thing is, Eric July is very upset when people say, well, the only reason you sold this much is because of the reach you had with the channels and the different influencers basically pushing your book. You
But
know,
it's
the
that's the
FNT
reality.
crowd, Yellow Flag.
But that's the reality
But he
of
wants to say, no, it's
sales.
because he was so great. His comic was so great that he wrote, even though he had never written a comic or did anything in his life, created
I don't know why he
anything.
gives a shit. Like, if somebody told me, hey, Vito, the only reason you sold copies of your comic is because you have a big old podcast and you can promote it on there all the time, I would have said, yeah, no fucking shit.
No shit.
What do you mean?
Yeah, no, but because I'm saying that Eric is pissed
That's
about
why
it.
I
Like,
get super
that's
chats
not
every
right.
night, motherfucker. You goddamn right.
You know, because that's what's
It's not
right here. Like,
delusional, okay? Like, come on.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Of course.
This is what he says. Everybody in the comic book industry needs to understand that this is the future. It's not even about influencers. It's about people being able to create without going through the proper channels. Every
Then this-
single
this-
Shit, it has
this-
to do with your fucking YouTube channel, and then you having FNT and Geeks and Gamers pimping your shit out there, which is fine. You can do that, but do not pretend that you're like, again, like Rocky coming up, you're punching the meat in the fucking locker, and you earned this shot because through hard work. Bullshit! You sold against the woke brand, and you springboarded off of anger and resentment at the mainstream media, and then used your connections from the Blaze to get everywhere to talk about how you were going to revolutionize American comics. And what you delivered, in my and a lot of other people's opinions, failed to live even vaguely up to that promise.
Dude, like, if this is the future of comics, what Eric's trying to describe here, then I'm not going to read comics because, like, I've got, and Mint was on the show last night or Friday night, one of the two. She came on my
That's
show.
Vito's girlfriend. That's Vito's
I
girlfriend.
understand that, but I saw Mint promoting a girl who's starting her own comic, and she's looking for an artist. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, is it that easy? Like, anybody just, like, I thought she might actually want to, like it's like magic. Hey, I'm gonna have 240,000 subs. I'm gonna drive a race car. I'm gonna make a lot of money on Ethan's show, and then I'm gonna make a comic that's not over $51,000.
Yeah, and none of this has to do with
Nope.
Right.
He'll
The
probably
worst part is
extend it.
he kind of stopped talking about it. I'm like, dude, you're in the middle of a crowdfunding campaign, and he's talking about, hey, guys, check out my new race car. I'm like, what are you doing, man? Like, this feels like a complete throwaway now.
Well, I
kind of treated it like it was a throwaway.
Pull this up, Jim. I just put it
Right,
in.
like I was kind of interested because I like racing. You know,
When's
I like
the last
cars
time
and
he-
stuff
when's
like
the last
that.
time he-
but-
Promoted the actual campaign.
So 2 weeks ago, he was over 51,000. He's lost subs. Like, he's lost backers.
Bro, I'm like mystified by Camelot because I'm like, if I had a comic campaign, I would be talking about it.
Dude, I thought this would at least do 100. I really did.
Well,
He
here's
made
the thing, it could have.
His low
But it's fatigue.
confidence has
It's
killed the whole
it's
entire
fatigue.
thing. Like,
but it's fatigue. There's been a lot of really low quality stuff coming out in
And
comic
he
books.
kind of
And-
said he didn't really. It was kind of a joke at first.
yeah,
It was like
exactly. If he
this,
came with
wasn't serious.
quality, maybe redemption. You know, start kicking the indie space back up with some quality. But
yeah,
Well, he said, you know, it's not that serious, which you kind of respect in some way, right?
Yeah, but you know what is serious is $25 plus $8 or $10 in shipping.
30.
Okay, but, I mean that's my
$30.
point. Whenever
you don't have to say, like, you can say, look, I'm not trying to like take over the comic world, but you should say, like, you guys are gonna have a lot of fun. You know,
Yeah.
this
Right.
is a good time. You know,
And
where's that fucking messaging?
Yeah.
Of this $50,000, 7,500 of that is into the helmet and the fire suit that he
Somebody bought
drove
the helmet?
in the race. Yeah, somebody bought the helmet and the fire suit.
Oh,
So
Barb might be on something here. The Melanie Mac Simps are refunding. They did a video negative.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Melanie Mac Simps, because he had Melanie Mac on, they're canceling now.
Well,
Because he did a video on Melanie Mac talking shit about her.
And they
But he
used to
had
be
her on,
buds.
and he was, like, trying
Yeah,
to
they used to be
defend her. It's
buds.
like-
yeah.
They're going back and forth.
But I mean, thank God Salty did a cover for him, because that's the highest selling cover in the campaign.
Yeah.
I mean, he sold one copy of the black and white version, guys. I mean, God
the line
damn.
aren't exactly flying off anybody's campaigns. You know, let's be honest about it.
Well,
Even
because we're
as
tired of the
established people.
variants, dude. Me and Jim were talking about this yesterday. Like, God damn.
Yeah.
I thought I bought everything 3 months ago when I fucking bought the I wanted all package.
I don't like that. You know, when you buy the top tier of the campaign, whatever it is, like the package, and then they do a second chance.
I can understand that.
And then it's like they add in more. It's like, come on, man, what are you doing?
Yeah. Like, make me feel good about my fucking initial $500 purchase, dude. Don't make me feel like I gotta spend another $175 because I want autographs and 2 new fucking covers of the same shit that's on the inside of the book. Like, you didn't even give me more pages in the book. You just gave me a different fucking cover. Like,
there's an artist, Mark Spears, who was fighting to get work for Marvel in DC and had done only a few things, who went out on his own and did some Kickstarter stuff and did Monsters. And it sold all right. And he did a card set, and then he reissued his Kickstarter run through Keenspot, another small indie comic creator, and it's sold out immediately. His covers are going for $200 for the #1 issue. And this just came out in September. But he just did a Kickstarter for a brand new series, and it's involving kind of the Universal Monsters thing. He got $90,000 in 3 hours because he's a small guy. People like what he does. And he rewarded the people who had backed him by giving him like tons of stuff. Like, everybody gets a free t-shirt. Everybody's getting free signatures. And he was charging $25 a book. You know, and then he put in some chromiums and he put in some metal covers.
Did he tweet like this though, Salty? Did he make tweets like this?
No, he just said thank you to all my backers. Everybody's getting a free t-shirt.
That can't be a thing. That's
well,
impossible.
he's white, so it's got to be his goddamn white privilege, Dave.
Oh,
That's
white
the
privilege.
problem.
Yes.
Yeah.
Look at this. He's got a placard that says YouTuber, musician, owner, writer, editor.
I look at this as a
stacks,
Gen X
stacks
guy.
of ice on posters he's signing.
I look at this as a Gen X guy, and I'm like, you don't need to sit there and put little fucking name tags as to let everybody know you're a fucking genius.
Is that Gothics? Is that the Gothics chick?
Yeah,
They're
that's
already doing
Gothics.
fucking memes with Gothics.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. She's gonna be the face of fucking Rippaverse. That's the only thing I can
Because
think.
why isn't everything like Eric railed and all his buddies rail against women doing all the stuff, and gender
don't bring
swaps
woke
and
people into
do
your
this
company.
bullshit. And
Yeah.
everything he's done has been exactly that with DEI and fucking bringing in fucking oh, they got this gay person, they got
Like I
this
said, I still
disabled
think
person.
he's got some kind of funding behind the doors that's keeping him in line with all these stupid ass policies for some reason.
That's what it sure seems like. He's got DEI policies.
He's got some
Well,
kind of loans.
it looks like you're being attractive for a potential investor who has ESG requirements.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't prove that, but it sure prima facie looks that way. You know,
what I think he hired her for is so that Ethan stops talking about him.
well, she'll be his attack dog now.
His attack dog.
Yeah, she does
I bet you
decent
$20.
hit pieces and like breakdowns and
Oh,
stuff.
I can't
like
wait
that.
to see
That's kinda
her
what
on
she does.
fucking Az and Eric's show, introducing her, and Eric and Az talking about cleaning his dick on fucking the curtains because he's fucking your ma. That'll be
But
great.
she's even
Vito.
got that standard haircut.
Yeah, she's got the
shaved on one
lesbian
side.
That's because
haircut.
she used to be like a liberal leftist on Twitch.
Yeah, she's a
until
lefty.
She got canceled a few years ago, got woken up, but she still kept all the aesthetics of the kind of punk rock.
Oh, Vito sent her millions of dollars in super
liberal
chats.
stuff.
Yeah.
Who, Gothics?
Yeah.
I barely know who that lady is. I just know. I think people don't like her.
No, Vito would not like Gothics at all. He'd watch it for about 5 seconds and totally go to the next thing. Not gonna happen.
There is a new offering from Ripascend.
Oh no.
Oh wait, no, it's not available. Never mind.
Oh,
I was going to promote Yellow Flash's book, but it's still not available.
How's it? And Achromatic Chronicles ended, right? Made like 138.
Yeah, but you guys saw what I posted where apparently they're going to a Comic-Con in early February, and the spin was not look at all of my great new merchandise and all this other stuff. He highlighted the fact that Jay Drunk 3PO was going to be there, and then everybody from FNT and then Geeks and Gamers just said come meet them.
And Drunk,
and it was
and Critical Drinker.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and Critical
MegaCon. MegaCon.
And if your business is not predicated and built around your YouTube presence, and you're trying to stand on your own as someone who is a serious comic book professional, why the fuck would you be talking about all these YouTubers in order to entice people to come to your booth to buy your product? Is that an unfair and simplistic?
I mean, drama sells
overstatement of
regardless
this?
if you're good or bad, right?
I don't understand like denying that that's who you are and how you made your sales, and then turning around and that being the highlight of the Rippaverse presence at a Comic-Con is FNT and all these guys,
Barb says Gothics is a Christian conservative, not a leftist.
No, not anymore.
Not
like the Staskas.
She used to be. Yeah. She found God. Is this Shane coming back hard?
Yeah. Bro, you hire the old guard and industry veterans to write, draw your books, even draw your covers. Why talk about people with X years of storytelling knowledge with such disdain? You clearly need them. Or are the pros only okay as long as they work for you? I think you have a lot to learn about the art of comics. Everybody does. You should look up to people with more knowledge of the art form. Everybody else is getting in the way of you learning to be a better storyteller. There is no equality in outcome in the real world when it comes to storytelling and talent, which generally comes from experience.
That is, Shane nailed this. This is one of the most, I would say, rational and cool arguments I've ever put forward in this, because you can't argue with these things. It's a simple truth and a simple reality.
In Shane's books, if you look at his sales on Inglorious Rex 1, Inglorious Rex 2, and now Inglorious Rex 3, his sales are going in the right direction.
Keep going up. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And he doesn't have the reach of Eric July. He doesn't have the Fellowship or Fox News or any of that.
He's got a Yanzi, though. You can't.
It's just him and Yanzi. That's it.
It's true. And if he ever wants to build a railroad,
Yeah. Well, he can build good railroads because, Yanzi's it's in her blood. Building railroads.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You just got to keep producing more offsprings.
Choo choo, motherfucker. Yeah.
Don't give Eric July ideas for names for other characters. Like we're gonna have the Horseman and Choo Choo. It'll be the Asian sidekick, this little Asian female. Yeah.
Oh shit.
And then Shane comes back again with, your business is affected by the items you sell. If you're selling cakes, you need to know about delicious cakes. If you're selling comics, then you need to know about art and storytelling, because that is your business. Eric is now trying to say professional bakers, i.e. creators, who worked in the mainstream, should not be the judge of what a delicious cake is. Eric is being a vague hypocrite, shitting on seasoned creators while hiring them. For what? The sake of sounding like he knows what he's doing. And how am I a gatekeeper again?
Oh, god damn, Shane.
And again, Shane was hired by him to lend clout and legitimacy to the product that he was making. And that's the thing. I don't understand this stuff. And
Shane was so pissed that he charged so much more money for his cover.
$100 for Shane's
for the
cover.
Shane Davis cover. Like,
yeah.
That was like one of those. That was one of those things. Eric does these things where you go, can you just talk to somebody to tell you, like, bro, don't fucking do that. You know,
Yeah, like-
Vito,
That's
it
what
sounds
I'm
like
saying.
he has. Like EVS has been on record several times going like he asked me about this in DM and I gave him advice back then. And just nothing.
don't hit send every time, Eric. Don't hit send. Like it could be a thought, but don't hit send. You're like the problem is, Jim, there's so many ripitards that will see the value of Eric's argument and call Shane the bad guy. It's like, dude, this is like left-right politics nonsense, and it's stupid. It's a comic book. It's a stupid comic book. Salty.
Yeah. I mean, the way that you win arguments, and I do want to say this. I said this 6 months ago when I first came on and talked with you guys. Eric July needs somebody to tell him no, and that everything that you commit to results in an opportunity cost of something else you could have done. That was another idea. You know, you have a finite amount of capital and a finite amount of resources and a finite amount of time. What you want to do is you want to produce something with the widest amount of appeal, with the best possible quality, with what you have, so you can continue to build your brand and create something people want. And it doesn't seem to be working, not in my opinion, but based on sales numbers. You know, and the way to solve that is not to just keep grabbing people from YouTube to sit out there and like fling your product out there. It's to make something that somebody really wants. And from, you know, I didn't read The Horseman. I did watch EVS's review of it, and it did look like it had some potential, but it was also deeply flawed. But it's just like, I keep saying this. I want Eric July to be successful, but the reason why Eric July is not being successful is Eric July. And the amount of time and energy and cope and making fucking overproduced videos with great lighting and multi-camera settings of talking about his detractors and how he's being kept in his place, but gate kept by middle-aged women and just middle-aged men. Like, just make something fucking good. Like, if you make something good, it will sell. It will spread organically with word of mouth. And you don't need FNT and fucking all these other people to sit there and keep pimping your shit over and over again. People will say, you got to read this fucking Rippaverse book, because that's how every fucking comic book gets big. That's how I found stuff like Feral and Redcoat and Giger and fucking Transformers and all
Super
the shit,
Killer, all that stuff.
Well,
yeah.
I love Super Killer.
Well, that fucking book's never going to come out. But yeah,
I'm working on it right now as we talk. It's coming.
You're fucking lying. I don't believe you, Vito.
I'm doing the lettering right now.
I'm adjusting some of the colors.
You're adjusting colors?
Share the screen. Share the screen, Vito.
I don't know what I can show.
Vito's adjusting colors and
yeah,
I gotta go, gentlemen.
Colors.
Good night.
I gotta
Salty.
go.
All right.
Thanks for having me.
I was going to ask
on.
you
It was
about this
great
executive
talking.
order they just said.
There's a
Biden
new
just
executive
repealed.
order that Biden just signed.
Woo!
Oh shit! What?
He repealed Executive Order 1390/61. Something about
what
the
is that?
national
What does that do?
National Continuity Policy, Restricted
Scroll
Principles
down.
Committee.
So basically,
Something
reading the
about
top, it
devolution.
said it's limiting what Trump can do with his executive orders, right?
Yeah, I don't understand how he could.
For those who don't know, EO 13961 is what I call the Devo EO, the most significant EO from the Devolution series. Devolution phase power.
This is to prevent us from leaving the World Health Organization and the Paris Climate Accords. That's got to be. I don't know enough about this I got to go look this. But gentlemen, thanks for having me on. Vito, it was great being on the stream.
Thanks, Salty. You're always welcome, dude. All you got to do is say in the chat, send me the link. You're always welcome.
All right. But everybody, have a good night. Take it
You
easy.
too, bud. Good night. Vito, are you excited about Trump starting over again tomorrow?
Yeah. Well, as long as the market is strong, man. As long as he does stuff that's good for the market.
He always does.
I am worried about tariffs. Tariffs don't seem like a good plan, but other stuff, getting rid of deportation.
But Vito, understand. Biden never stopped the tariffs.
What's that?
Biden never stopped the tariffs that Trump implemented.
Yeah, I was always confused about which ones were actually. Well, I think they ended up being less severe than they used to be.
he kept them in place. So, like, they must have been good for our country. Tariffs are good.
Right.
Tariffs are good because if it becomes too expensive, then those people that are bringing their shit in from America to this country, they're like, well, hey, it'd be a whole lot cheaper if I built a factory and hired a bunch of Americans to make this stuff, which is good for our country. I don't need a bunch of Chinese people who are jumping out of their fucking third floor story.
All right, so tell me if I screwed up. So this is what the colorist gave me, and I said, this is all right. But then I said, I want to try using like
this looks very like 80s, 90s comics here.
Yeah, well, this was the original. That's the original version. This is what I've updated it to using actual what do you call it? The actual Pantone colors. So there's actual color swatches that like these are the colors you would have actually printed with if you were printing a comic book between 50 to 80.
Yeah.
Go back to the original.
This was what we originally had. So this has this like kind of washed out look to it, like it's like been through the ringer, but I think it's like a little too severe. This one I took it off completely. I like
it. I like this one.
Yeah, this one's a little. I like the colors better because they're a lot more vibrant.
Well, the bottom right have been like blending into the background's a little strange, but the rest of it, yeah, I like.
You think the bottom right, the background, I could change it up.
The background should be a different color because it's the same color as its.
Well, what's interesting is like literally you have 80 colors to choose from. You know, I could fake it and like change it, but it's that's kind of interesting about it. It's interesting, like the print limitations they had back then. So I could do this and add a little bit more of that patina to it, that kind of brownish look to it. I know it's subtle, but here it is with nothing on it. It's whiter, crisper pages.
Okay.
That's actually kind of cool with a little bit of grime on it.
Yeah, a little bit of patina does make it look nice. A little retro effect.
I just can't believe your colorist kept that background on the bottom panel the same color.
No, that's me. I did that because I'm an idiot. This was her.
Oh.
This is what she did.
Keep her color.
All of it?
No, just that panel.
On the
Just
bottom
that
right.
panel.
Yeah.
I can change that in 2 seconds.
Yeah, that'll look better.
Okay. Let me
Yeah,
find
the top panel I think looks better like this.
It looks so good. The top panel, like
well, the top panel. What I did was so if you notice with her, she didn't color in the rocks that are like smashing through, and I was like, I think you need to give those some of their own color so they stand out a little bit. So you can, and also that big blue behind him is like very exciting.
Well, yeah, she had this the wall painted the same color as the material, like the brick or whatever.
Yeah, so it's getting kind of lost.
Yeah, it's getting lost. So yeah. Like it's
quit hiring women. What the fuck, Vito? God damn it!
Plus that green of the dude's
let me put it
face.
this way: I had like 10 different colorists try to color this comic, and I got a lot of weird shit back from people. And I was like, she was the first person who I was like, okay, you're there, and we're gonna like work together. We're kind of have like a back and forth where I'm going like, she's handing in this, and then I go, okay, well, let me futz around with it a little bit to get it to what I want.
So you're telling me I need to work on my coloring skills.
I mean, what's good about it? I'm working on my coloring skills, honestly. I'm like, well, maybe I got to become a fucking colorist. But again, the problem with doing an issue number 1 is that, you know, they don't know what you want yet. It's like you kind of have to teach the colorist, like, here's what I like, you know? So that's what's happening right now. Anyway,
yeah, book one is about what you like and what you hope your fans like, right?
Yeah.
And then after you make the book 1, your fans give you their feedback, and you listen to that and you go, oh, okay, I could do this a little different. And then your artist or your writer or whoever's working for you go, oh, this is all the feedback we got, so we have some actual feedback to work on this.
Yeah, well, like I think what I'm gonna, you know, and at some point I'm gonna do a big like, hey, why did Super Killer take so long? And I'm gonna be like, well, here's the thing: is I'm not just making a comic book. I'm also setting up kind of like, I don't want to say a design Bible, but like this has to be the template for everything moving forward. So I might as well get the first one like correct. So then when I go to the colorists and the artists or whatever in the future, I go, this is what it should look like, as opposed to making it up every time. Okay, here's another one. So this is originally what she gave me.
This looks nothing like we just looked at.
Yeah.
Like,
well, that's because that
he just froze.
Did he cut out for you guys?
Yep.
Yeah. I'm like, was that me?
No, it's Vito.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I go out.
Yeah.
I was saying that page I showed you before is supposed to be from a comic book that is being read in the universe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's why it looked like an old-timey comic book. So again, this is something she gave me, and I was like, this is a good baseline, but I really kind of want to make it like the passage of time. So I was like, here's what I'm currently like testing out, is giving it this kind of
that's better.
Sunset.
That's much better.
Yeah, that's better. I didn't like her sun background. It was more like
honestly, I was well, she's been doing a lot of stuff with
more like an actual sunset.
Yeah. She's been doing a lot of stuff with like textures, and I've actually been telling her, I'm like, don't texture it, just keep it flat. But like again, she's giving me a great baseline here. I'm like, this, and her shadows are great. The shadows are all expertly placed. Like if anything, she's excellent at shading or whatever. But then I just really want to get to the exact colors I want. So this is all me going in, and
this is better. Yeah, this is better.
Well, I put an orange.
Even the shadows pop better.
Yeah, I just put a big orange tint over the top of it, and then I changed the background color. I changed the leaves and the. Yeah, go ahead.
I would maybe make the bushes a little more green.
Yeah, you think? I was trying. Yeah, I guess that kind of got washed out. I was trying to go for that like fall kind of look.
Okay, all right. Well,
yeah.
But even fall plants are still green. It's when they hit winter that they change. Like, especially these are hard shrubs. These are not like trees losing their leaves, right? These are shrubs. Yeah, they should be a little darker green. I agree, Jim. Green. Yeah, don't you? I do.
Well, this is good. I mean, again, I haven't sent any of this to her or my editor guys, so hopefully they're all going to have similar notes. But
I like the shoes. I like the shoes that the girl on the slide is wearing. That's some nice coloring. That's really cool. Like I like it.
Yeah, hold on. I'll show you. So like this sequence is like, let me take one more screenshot here. Basically, this whole sequence is like, I guess this was the original. This is not my updated one. Sorry, I'm taking screenshots on the fly. So, oh wait, did it not share this tab instead? So the previous page is like, when I was a kid, I just wanted to be a superhero and everything was great. And if you pay attention, the other kids in the panel are just like, kids. And they're like, hey, look at her. She's having fun or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then, it's later on, it's grown up. And it's why are you still into this superhero crap? It's like the passage of time. So it's gone from this like bright daytime green to the sunset of adolescence or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm playing around with.
But I like the green on the previous panel better than the green here. This green is too drab.
Yeah, hold on. That was actually her. So my updated one. And again, I'm just kind of taking, and also like if you look at this one, like the blue here is a little too loud. I was like, that looks like it's bleeding my eyes out. So I toned like that down and stuff. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. Here, this was my updated version of the one she gave me. Just a little subtle changes.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. Well, this one has that like texture on the wood, and I was like, I think it's just fine, just keeping that kind of. I don't know. It kind of gets a little too. It takes away from like the aesthetic. It's supposed to kind of look like a cartoon more than anything.
Okay.
Yeah. Whatever. This is what I'm doing.
It's amazing how you're hiring people to do all this work and you're going back and like saying, no, not really what I'm looking for.
Look, here's I don't have connections, like it would be one thing if I know the exact perfect guy for the job because I've been working in the industry for 15 years. Instead,
what you need to do though is you need to look at work that people have done and see what looks like what you want. You know what I mean? Like you find something that
she's done great work. Like that's the thing. I just think like for this, like she does a bunch of like this person has colored a bunch of the like Sonic the Hedgehog comics and stuff.
Okay.
And I'm like, yeah, that works. I'm just like trying to like nail into her like. Again, it's a thing where I think with some coaching, as long as I keep showing her like, hey, like a little more like this, a little more like this.
I'm not Sega. I have a different view on things. Sure.
Yeah. I'm excited. It's
so you're excited. Is the lettering all done, Vito?
The lettering is halfway done, I think. I have to review what's been sent to me. I mean, the scripts the lettering will take 2 seconds, is what the letterer is telling me. So. It really just comes down to me being 100% happy with the script, which I think I am.
And you're still thinking first quarter?
I think, yeah, well, let's see. January is almost over.
Mm-hmm.
I think we could start shipping by the end of the first quarter. You know, obviously it's going to take time to get everything into boxes and whatever else, but if we can wrap it up in the next couple weeks, take 2 weeks to print it.
Yeah, it'll take at least 2 weeks to print.
You have all the knickknacks and stuff.
Yeah, everything else is ready to go. So
well, I mean, have them make sure you get a couple proof copies first.
Yeah, I'll definitely get a proof first. So
yeah.
It'll be tight. But here's what I said. I said, you know what? I'll just, when it's ready to go, why don't I just put out a digital copy since everybody's been waiting? I'll send it to everybody that can read it. And
no, don't do that, dude.
I don't know. I don't know what people want.
No, like I want the book. I want the
book too, but I'll take the digital copy. That way I can read it.
Well, yeah, you don't have to read it.
And I don't have to open the book.
Yeah, but get the digital copy after it ships. Like I don't want it like a month before I get the book. You know what I'm saying,
right,
Jim?
well, everybody's different. How about you can send away for it. You can send me an email if you want a digital copy.
I want a digital copy.
There you go. I'll get you a digital copy.
Jim wants everything. It's because Jim tells you.
Everyone's gonna be very. Actually, the only thing I don't have, I'm waiting on the fucking trading cards. Supposedly they're on a boat somewhere. Yesterday I got a message from China, and they're like, enjoying those trading cards. I'm like, what trading cards? They're like, oh, we'll look into this, sir. I'm like, God damn it.
You haven't paid mint yet, Vito. How the fuck can you send out?
Dude, I paid. I can't believe she complains about that. It's like the stupidest thing. And then Vito didn't even pay me. First of all, you didn't even ask to be paid. You just volunteered to do it. And then I paid her. Whatever. I'm happy to pay her $50. Does anybody really think I don't want to give Mint Salad $50 for drawing art? Like I don't.
$50? That's it? That's all it costs?
Yeah, I ripped her the fuck off. No, I didn't rip her off.
That was your Taco Bill. Bill.
I had a bunch. Look, I had a bunch of different artists I had to pay. I can't give everybody a bunch of money.
Taylor Lorenz was at the Trump the party, the Trump inauguration party. What the fuck is this?
Oh, that's fun.
Who's the dude?
I don't know. That's crazy.
Taylor Lorenz.
Yeah, crazy
Washington Post chick, right? Like everybody wants to cancel her.
Yeah. Well, because she cancels everybody else. Yeah.
Like she docs lips of TikTok, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She's a little nuts, that lady.
A little.
She's a little bit nuts.
Who's crazier, her or Riley, Vito?
I don't think Riley's crazy. I think Mint's crazy.
Well, fuck that. It's a Chinese company calling Vito trying to ask for a review for shit that he hasn't even gotten yet. That's the crazy motherfuckers.
Wait, what happened?
You said
those Chinese guys that called you, they're about to ask you for a review, Vito, but you hadn't got your cards yet. So they're like,
no, not her. They're the ones sending me the super killer cards.
That's what I'm saying. They're like,
they want a good review. They want a 5-star.
How many cards did you make, Vito?
I think 2,500 packs. How many backers do they?
How many packs are in the how many cards are in the pack?
So everybody gets one of every card
in
the regular version, and then every pack will have one foil version of a card. So if you want to get all the foil cards, you got to trade for them somehow.
Wow, you love Pokemon. Holy shit.
Well, it's just a cool thing. It's like a cool,
it is.
I
like it.
Yeah, you'll open the pack and you go, okay, I have the foil version of card number 5, but I'm so into it. I want to get the whole set. You can try to trade other guys or whatever else.
Now I feel bad about not backing Super Killer, Jim. God damn it. Can I still back it, Vito?
There'll be a second chance campaign, but I don't know if I'll see how the trading cards might mostly be spoken for. I might have like 100 extra packs.
But you know, when you do the second chance campaign, you got to add at least $10 to the cost of each book.
That's he should. Yeah,
I mean, inflation happened. It's got to go up.
It's got to go up. Yeah.
Well, also you need to reward the early people that backed you.
The early backers again are all getting the trading cards, so they get that. That's staying exclusive, and a lot of the other
stuff. I just have a 5-year-old grandson that would love to look at these cards. He's into Pokemon right now, and he's like, "Oh my god, these are some cool cards."
Maybe as a good friend, $10, $20 a pack, we'll figure something out.
Yeah, just let me know when they're available. Yeah.
Also, I'll say this.
I'll pay up, Vito. I'm not a cheap ass.
Here's what's exciting is there's also, for each card, there's 5 like special super foil versions of them that are individually numbered. Each artist gets their 1 of 5 card, right?
Wow.
So they get their 1 of 5 and they can keep it, or if they want to sell it as a valuable piece of exclusive Super Killer merchandise, whatever. And then the other 50 or so cards will be randomly inserted into the packs. So you do have a chance of getting a 1 of 5 exclusive Super.
Oh, I can't believe I'm going to get 5 exclusive cards. Vito, thanks.
Can you imagine I sent them all to one guy? I go, I probably should have shuffled those up better. Oh, well.
Well, Vito, DM me, dude. We'll work it out.
All right, we'll make it happen. We're going to get it done. I mean, part of me is like, shouldn't I get one? Obviously, I'm like, I'm not going to take them.
Yeah, you should.
No,
well,
I have
you
one
should,
of your favorite at least.
No, you should have it all, Vito, because it's your property, dude. Like,
yeah.
Like,
I'll tell you what, Vito.
I'm gonna have all the others. I got all sorts of others.
I know, but I'll make a deal with you, Vito. If I get one, I will send it in to Dick for Vito's booty.
If you get one, I want people to get them graded. I hope they come back at 10. They probably won't. I don't know.
Well, I'll send a magic card to Dick.
Yeah.
With the value of $1,500, and I'll let you know this is the booty tonight. So you'll take the booty.
Somebody took a picture of a $2,000 magic card and said they bought it. I really hope they didn't.
Dude,
and there will be no new exclusive covers, although I will say at some point we will have a sketch cover available for Super Killer. You know how they have the blank white cover?
The line art shit?
With just the no, it'll be blank white with just the logo. So the idea is you can take it to your favorite artist and be like, hey, can you draw on this? Can you draw a Super Killer on here? And that's going to be good. Well, that's going to be good for the artist. I've told the artist, I'm like, I'm just going to give you a stack of these. You know, I'm going to give you like, X hundred sketch covers, and you can just draw on them and sell them on your store, So that'll be something cool for him to do. And then I'll probably, if you want to get it might be a Patreon thing where I go, you're going to get a Vito sketch cover and I'll draw a little doodle on it and send it to you if you're a big time Patreon supporter. But other than that, no new variants.
These are all your books you have in for Cyberfrog at CGC.
Yeah, these are all my Cyberfrogs at CGC.
You going to get the new Cyberfrog too?
No, we're done.
Updated Cyberfrog 2?
We're done, dude. It's like, goddamn, how many fucking
how many different versions of Cyberfrog 1 is there?
I don't know.
Well, there's a bunch.
Do we want to know, really?
No, I got a whole fucking cabinet full of this shit. I'm like, God damn it.
I sent the Trump covers for the blood hunting that he just did. He did 3 different Trump covers, so I ordered quite a few of them. So I sent 5 of each cover in to CGC.
In November,
and they're still not done.
Jeez.
CGC, man. How can you do you have a lot of graded comics, Jim?
I got a few.
Don't you go nuts when they go, now we're going to do 9.9s? And you're like, what the hell? What do you mean?
Well,
what changed? All of a sudden, did your guys get better eyes and now they can figure out a 0.1% difference? All of a sudden, it's the same fucking.
Oh, so 9.8 was the highest grade they would give.
It used to go 9.8 and 10. It used to go 9.8 and 10. They didn't have.
But there was like no 10s unless it was like a brand new comic book off the shelf, right? No old comic will ever get a 10. Now they're saying you could have a Hulk 181 that's a 9.9. You're like, what is the difference? What? Shut up. This is ridiculous.
Well, the difference is
they have a Hulk 181.
The difference is about a 50% increase in value, right? At least 50%.
Yeah, isn't there like a 9.9 giant size X-Men that went for like $100,000 or something?
Yeah, like a difference between like a brand new comic, like any brand new comic that's like a 9.8 is worth about $150-$200, unless it's you know what I mean? Like just basically, it's like that's the going cost because that's what it costs to get it graded. Get the book
and the cost of the book, yeah,
and the book and everything.
I'm actually surprised Eric hasn't gotten any 9.9s because it seems like they're just handing them out to.
Well, he's got some 10s. Eric's got 10s.
He's got some 10s.
Yeah, you want me to? I can pull up the registry.
Do you guys remember that video from when he first started with him handling the books? He was just sliding them all over each other and in this bin and whatnot. I was like, "What are you doing, bro?" They're all just combobulated into this like big laundry bin thing that rolls around, and then he started just like moving them around and sliding them on top of each other and nailing them into the sides of the bin. And
ice them.
What?
He must be keeping all the 10s for himself, or does it say who? It doesn't say who got them.
No, it doesn't say who got them.
Yeah.
See, so
but if they're sequentially, you know, you can change the number and the URL, so you can see if it was sent in sequentially.
Yeah. So here he's got the 69.
We can't see it, Jim.
Change your tab.
Shit. Here he's got 69 9.9s, 115 9.8s, and 22.
No 10s.
Who's got the 9.9s? Who's got the 9.9s? They don't give. They like. I don't know what they do with the 10s.
He has 0 10s. I have 3 9.8 gram Nolan books.
So here, this is the problem here. Is he got this book cover, whatever this is, Saturnian cover. There's 1,000 books CGC'd, 800 signature series.
But from the signature series, 40 of them got a 10.
Yeah, 40 of them got a 10.
How does that make any fucking sense?
How the fuck?
Yeah.
Do they factor in somebody drawing on it or something? Like that doesn't.
No,
208. Wait, 208 9.9s.
Yeah, and then 509.8.
I feel sorry for all the saps that he sends the 9.6s to.
Dude, if you get a 9.6, he doesn't like you.
For whatever reason, whoever did this signature series run on these ISOM ones for him, really, I mean, there's a lot of 10s, a lot more than there should be, really.
Dude, that seems like an absurd amount of 10s.
Yeah.
Well,
and I've also never seen him get. You know how he sells them? I don't think he sends those to fans. I think he's hoarding all the 10s.
He probably is.
I've never seen a fan be like, "Hey, I got a 10." I think he's keeping them.
No picture, nowhere. That'd be all over fucking the Twitterverse.
Yeah, if you got a 10, you'd be like, if you're a Rippaverse fan, you'd be like, I got the 10, I got the 10. Or at least if it was Eric, I'd be like, I'm sending out. We had 40 10s in our signature series. We're sending them out. You might be one of the.
Well, here, check this out. On his ISOM number 2s, he's got 0 10s. He's got this one. He got 1 9 only.
9.9, yeah.
1 9.9 only. This one he got 1 9.9 only. This one he got no 9.9s, no 9.9s, and no 10s. So something happened between those, you know what I'm saying, between those two grading periods. Either his
it's
books
possible that, you know, they got shipped to the warehouse and they all have like little minor, you know, spine ticks or whatever.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah. Eric hoarding the 10s. What a guy. I mean, I'm going to get some of my comics graded just for fun, but we'll see. I got to see what the cost is to like, don't they give you a deal if you do like, you know, 50 comics at a time or something?
No, but what you do is you sign up for you get a 20% discount if you sign up for like their pay the fee.
Yeah.
They give you a bunch of money back anyway if you do. It's like $250 for the year, and then they give you back like $200 in credit towards grading.
I don't know. That whole signature. I think those CGC slabs look so ugly. Is the other thing. I don't like them.
Yeah, but they're
a little clunky, a little big.
Yeah, the only way to do signature series though is they have to have somebody there watching you sign them.
Yeah,
right.
You know, you have to set it up with them, and they'll tell you, okay, we're going to have somebody in. Like for you, it'd be easy. They probably have an office in LA that you could just go to.
Yeah, I'd just go and sign them and then have them encapsulated or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's something I might do, but it's just, I don't know. Something about it feels weird.
Yeah, but Jim, we pulled up these numbers before. Eric July has how many more books that are CGC rated than
he has
Wolverine?
He has, like all his book, like I'm saying, all his titles combined, he's got over 30,000 CGC books.
I mean, I guess if Todd McFarlane's doing a signature series, I guess I don't feel that. I don't know. I always felt like as like a creator, it's like you should not be involved with the grading aspect of anything. You know, like that should be for the collector. You know, you're just here to make the thing. But I don't know. It's what people want, I guess.
Well, because otherwise, like you do, like the ones I sent in, all of them, I had to pay extra to get the signatures validated by JSA.
Yeah. Yeah, that's when they only started doing that like a couple years ago.
Yeah, when because they bought JSA.
Yeah. They used to say like, we don't know if the signature is real, and don't ask us.
Yeah, but at least it's good though. Like they'll tell you, like when I did it, like if any of those if they would have said any of the signatures weren't real, then they would have let me know, like, do you still want to grade this book because it's going to be a problem.
I have a bunch of rare video games I should get graded and sell, which is another fun scam.
That'd be something actually kind of worth doing.
I know. Now's the time. Honestly, guys, if you have any collectibles to flip, now that Bitcoin's at 100,000, all the nerds are buying up all the comics and Pokemon cards and everything else. So if there's anything you've been thinking about selling, now is the ideal time.
I do need to sell my Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
I probably should sell. I got a big case full of Pokemon cards now. I should probably get rid of.
I want to keep my N64 and all its games and my Super Nintendo. Those are staying. I don't care. And the CRT TV. It's staying too.
You have one that works?
Fuck yeah. I've had it forever too. The thing's like fucking 20, 25 years old.
What kind of CRT do you got?
I don't know. It's like a 20, 23 inch, just basic little, or not little, obviously, but
it weighs like 150 fucking pounds.
Yeah, I got two handles in the back, and I'm sitting here like, oh, trap workout.
Don't fall out of my hands. I just want to move you 10 inches.
Right?
God damn it.
Using the one flange on your fingertips, or maybe two if you're lucky. Like, yeah.
Yeah. These fucking these goddamn 4K TVs, they weigh like 80 pounds and they're 75 inches. You're like, yeah, that's simple. Like I used to move around 40-inch fucking CRT TVs. God damn, they're heavy.
They're almost like too light and thin at times, though. Now it's just like trying to balance 70-something inches, just like,
Yeah. But once you do, it looks good.
It does.
God damn, that picture is awesome. Vito, you been to the movies lately?
No, I keep saying I'm gonna go, but honestly, I'm just working, so at least I'm getting stuff done. You guys see my CRT?
Fuck yes, it works. I've seen it in your back or in some of your videos.
Oh, is this your where's your PlayStation cabinet you bought?
It's in the other room. I have to make room for it. As you can see, you see all these shipping boxes?
Yeah.
These are all the game consoles I have to sell on whatnot.
What consoles are these?
N64, Sega Genesis, Super Nintendo, PlayStation.
Wow.
Yeah, I got like 100 of them. So at one point, my buddy had a video game store, and then they made him move to a smaller location. He also like sells magic cards and stuff. So he said, "Do you want to buy the complete contents of my video game store for $1,000?" And I said, "Seth, you have like 20 N64s back there alone." And he's like, "Yeah, $1,000. I need them gone by the end of the week." So I inherited the complete contents of a video game store, and I've just been sitting on them forever.
Do they have controllers?
Wow.
I have painstakingly been testing them, taking them apart, and buying the accessories necessary to make them all work. So they all have memory cards and controllers. I'm going to put games with all of them. And my plan was it's going to be like a fun wheel. You pay whatever, you spin the wheel, and you get a random console with a game and a bunch of stuff, because that's what people like on that stupid platform.
Nice.
A whatnot?
Yeah. Yeah, on whatnot.
Hey, dude, whenever you're going to start that stream, let us know. We'll promote it, because...
Yeah, I'm still... actually, the last thing I have to do is I have some Dreamcasts that I have to solder.
Oh, my favorite! One of my favorite consoles ever.
I have a good story about that. So my buddy, I'm like, "Man, you got a bunch of Dreamcasts here. Why don't none of them work?" And he goes, "Well, that's funny. Some kids came in, and he would just let people who came into the store play with the game consoles, and they're like, we really want to play House of the Dead with the light gun." So they plugged in a Dreamcast and they plugged in a light gun. They're like, "Oh man, this light gun doesn't work. Something wrong with this Dreamcast." And they plugged in another Dreamcast. And they're like, I still can't get it to work. And they did that with like 10 Dreamcasts. And they went, "Seth, all your Dreamcasts back there, something's wrong. The controller boards don't work." And he goes, "Did you ever think that the gun was faulty and plugging it into all of those Dreamcasts was shorting it the fuck out?" And I went, "No, that probably is something we should have figured out." He's like, "Thank you for breaking 10 Dreamcasts because you wanted to play House of the Dead." So I have a bunch of Dreamcasts with fried controller boards that I now have to solder in new ones.
That's always fun.
That's fun. This TV, I want to say 5 years ago, this is a Sony PVM 2030. This is what they used to edit TV shows on. I actually got this. I had to drive to the middle of nowhere, California, to a guy who used to edit on Beta. He showed me all his old Beta racks.
Beta?
Yeah,
Sony
this is
was
a guy
Beta.
who edited
Yeah.
Beta tapes. He sold me 2 of these top of the line. So these were the top of the line TVs from the era. I paid $50 a piece for them. Now on eBay they go for like $1,500 a piece.
Hell yeah.
I wish I had kept both of them.
Jeez.
Dude, the quality, you would like, honestly,
that does look really good.
when you see a video game on here and you're not even getting the full effect, you're like, I didn't even realize video games could look this good on these fucking things. It's like, it looks crisp as hell. It's crazy.
Yep. That's red, yellow, and white, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And these emulators will
No, this is
never
actually
touch
RGB.
the
This
original.
can support RGB, which was a format that like American TVs typically didn't have. But it's just like the top of the line, like monitors.
What else, Cynic?
Whatever.
Plus, I
I
mean,
don't know. It looks really good.
I really hate Nintendo because these emulators do not compare to the old systems, and then the CRT TV on top of it. It's just can't.
Yeah,
can't
you guys play around with the new Nintendo things they have, or the little box that has like 20 games on it?
Yeah,
the little
yeah.
Nintendo thing.
They're
That's
great.
that's just an emulator inside there, so it's not like it's not.
Yeah,
not the
those.
same.
Yeah, but
NES.
it is HDMI.
But if it's from Nintendo itself, it should have the actual good, like an original code to an extent. Everybody
It
else's
is.
emulators are trying to like almost guess and write it.
It's the
themselves,
original game,
right, Vito?
Jim. Yeah.
But I'm saying
Kind of,
it's not. It's not a. It's different though. It looks different.
Because it went from CRT to HDMI. So that's the difference, Jim.
That is a big problem too.
It's-
8-bit
it's-
to
8-bit to
4K.
HDMI makes shit look weird.
Yeah, and there's a lot of weird stuff with like nobody actually agrees on like what the original Nintendo's color palette is supposed to be, because it's like you can't perfectly replicate that shit.
That's interesting.
So like some people who played the original Super Mario Brothers, they're like, the sky was purple, and you're like, what do you mean? And like, it's blue. It's like, no, it was purple back then. And there's like this big debate going on of like, what is the ideal color palette for some of these games? It's actually kind of interesting. Here, let me see if I can.
Would
find
that have to do with the TVs though?
It
back
had, the
then,
settings
too?
on the TV. It depended on what the settings on the TV were.
A little bit of both, maybe.
Kind of a little bit of both. Yeah, it was
Because
like,
the way they were wired, the TVs, every company in TV is going to have different ways they go about color manipulation and stuff like that through the microchips throughout the years.
trying to see
All
if
I know, dude, is when I bought my Nintendo 64 and I threw in, because remember game or consoles used to come with games. Like, what a fucking treat it
They
was.
still do, kind of,
They
right?
still do. Yeah.
Yeah.
What console
They
came
have
out with the game?
The Call of Duty versions. They always have a Call of Duty version on everything.
Well, no,
It
but
didn't come with the game. No, that was
you're talking about
after
like
the
actual-
release, though. I'm talking about the day of release. The day of release back in the day. Like I got
the original
Mario 64.
Nintendo, the original Nintendo, the first Nintendo came with Super Mario Bros.
Right.
Yes.
I remember
yes.
All right.
And
if you
or
got
you
it-
could get, or like a year later, you could get the duck hunting version, Jim. Remember?
Correct, with the light gun. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
All right, here, look at this real quick. So, which of these is what Mario was supposed to look like?
Oh man.
You don't know. Which one is correct?
Hold on.
Because look,
it's been a long time.
Here's what it looks like. The NES Classic is what you're talking about, the mini NES.
Yeah.
This is what it looks like if you're using that. If you're using the Play Choice 10 arcade machine, which Nintendo put out, this is what it looked like. If you're playing on actual hardware, it's a little lighter. Okay, like there's these little subtle differences.
The lighter is what I kind of remember on, if anything.
And then some people
So
are insane.
Sony-
I remember it being kind of a little bit like this purplish hue.
Yeah,
Some people
that's
are
what I-
insane.
that's- yeah,
Mine
me too.
is Sony, Wavebeam, and that
bright
other
blue.
bright one. Those are the three that I remember.
Yeah.
Sony, Wavebeam, and Play Choice.
But it wasn't like this crisp, like sky blue. It was this almost like purpley blue.
Right.
And it's like, yeah, these are all the different. And people are always arguing. They're going, no, it's supposed to look like this. And it's like, no, it's like it was kind of washed out or whatever. It's like an interesting little debate going on.
I do remember seeing different versions of that yellow on those maps, though, like different friends' houses and stuff like that.
And depending on, again, what setup you use and what emulator you use, like now emulators will say, like, well, which color palette do you want? And you can kind of swap between them to get close to what you think it's supposed to look like. But there's no actual answer. Like, there's no correct answer.
There's no way to like talk to these people that created this stuff? Are they all dead?
They don't know. They just threw whatever chip they could get at the time.
I mean, it is electronics. I should know better. Electronics is like fucking fairy magic bullshit half the time.
Dude, they threw some code in a machine and said, "What the fuck is going to happen here?" And then the headmaster of Nintendo goes,
you know, in all honesty, and it probably was different depending on what year the fucking game was made. The console,
right?
Slightly different because they use a different chipset or something. Or
you guys are talking about original Nintendos. We got a couple of them up there.
Nice.
You see that deluxe set?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I got that off a guy on Facebook. For 6 months, I was sending him messages like, "Hey, do you actually have that thing? Because you said you had it." And I'm like, he's not there. He already sold it. And one day I just get a cryptic text that's like, "Meet me in a parking lot." And I'm like, "Okay." And I drove like 2 hours. For $100, I got that. That's got the robot in there and everything.
$100,
dude. $100, and I guarantee if I open that right now, nobody ever played with the robot. It's like still got all its original parts, like with the stickers on it to like take this off before you play with this thing.
Dude,
that thing's worth like $1,000 now. Yeah, I was so when that guy told me meet me in a parking lot in 2 hours, I'm like, yes, sir. I just ran over there. That was a store.
Vito, I'll give you $1,000 tonight and pay for shipping. Like,
dude, the robot is untouched. Like, it is incredible. Like, it still has the stickers on it. Like, it has the like safety warnings. Like, don't stick the robots, fucking
penis in your mouth. Yeah.
Don't let the robots. Don't get the robots wet. Don't let the robots eat after midnight.
Don't try to put penis in your mouth. Just don't.
Unless you're a stimulated cynic who takes penis all days and nights and times of the week.
The robots might not be big enough.
I don't do it for enjoyment. Like,
did you just get done with Ruby's stream?
Man, Jesker started dumping his purse out after the stream. I couldn't get away. I was fucking wanting to kill myself.
Hey, Vito, you used to live in Oakland, right?
I started to kill Dave.
What do you think about this? The mayor got arrested.
Didn't she get arrested a while ago, or did they not? Well, hold on. They were investigating her for the longest
They were investigating her,
time.
yeah. She just got indicted. Woke mayor blamed for ruining city could spend the rest of her life in prison.
So here's the thing: is like nobody would tell us. Like the FBI just kept saying we're investigating her, but we didn't know why.
Yeah.
So did they finally figure out what she did?
Everything.
Yeah, it says
all
it
at
says
once.
right here. It says disgraced former mayor Shang Tao could spend the rest of her life in jail after being indicted for allegedly funneling city contracts to two businessmen in exchange for money and benefits for herself and her partner. An indictment unsealed on Friday has alleged how Tao conspired to funnel city business contracts to companies in return for kickbacks. The indictment comes only months after she was recalled from her position over the city's spiraling crime. Tao and her longtime partner, Andre Jones, and two local businessmen, Andy and David Jiang, were also named in the indictment on charges of bribery, conspiracy, and mail and wire fraud. Andy Jiang was also charged with one count of lying to federal agents. Federal prosecutors allege that Tao, who was elected Oakland's mayor in 2022, agreed that the city could purchase housing units from one of Jiang's companies and renew the city's contract with the recycling company David Jiang also owned. In exchange, David Jiang and his son Andy are alleged to have promised to fund a $75,000 negative mailer campaign during the run-up to the 2022 election. They are also accused of a plan to funnel $95,000 in payments disguised as wages for a job that Jones did not need to show up for, so they gave the guy a no-show job. Jones is described in the indictment as Tao's longtime romantic partner and is said to have lived with Tao in Oakland. The pair are alleged to have received various kickbacks from the Jiangs.
Such a fucking idiot. Oakland is fucked beyond. I don't even know what you do now.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even know how that city functions at all.
Well, you know what? And I always tell people that because I lived in California briefly in the 90s.
Yeah.
Early 90s. How beautiful it was. But Oakland was still shitty then.
Yeah, dude, it's never gotten any better, despite white people wanting to pretend like, oh, it's got character or something.
I think when I was like 4 years old, I used to live in Alameda, California. That's right next to Oakland. Right, Alameda is right there. My dad was in the Navy, so we were stationed down there. But that was in the 70s. So, oh my God,
was he on Treasure Island?
I don't fucking know. 4 years old. I don't remember Alameda, California at all. I just know I lived there. Like, oh, I lived in Australia when I was a kid.
No, Treasure Island was still open in the 80s and 90s. So it was basically all of them. Moffett Field,
I don't
Yeah,
know.
I only went to Treasure Island once. It's like right off as you're going to San Francisco, you can go see the Army base or whatever.
Yeah.
But they still patrol it. I was like trying to walk around and see what was going on. They're like, "Hey, stop fucking around." I'm like, "There's nobody here. What do you care?"
But Dan, I don't lie about it. I lived all these places, man. Like I lived in a lot of places in my life. A lot. So
it was great, man. I mean, San Francisco was so beautiful in the late 80s and early 90s.
Yeah, it's all completely gone to shit.
Like, is San Francisco really a third world nation, Vito? Like, is it that bad?
Yeah, well, you can't park your car anywhere because a band of roaming thieves will break into it. I mean, other than that, I don't know. It's got nice coffee shops. Like,
Is there shit on the sidewalk still?
There's fucking strung out homeless guys every 2 seconds. Like it's like basically all these rich people just like stay in their house all day, and you're like, yeah, cool if you like staying in your house all day, or just going to like the night spots. But like the rest of the city is a shithole.
Why does anybody want to live anywhere around there? I just don't get it.
Because they make a lot of money working for
Well,
Silicon Valley.
Look, let's be clear. It was a nice piece of property. You're in the middle of the fucking ocean or whatever, and you get the bay, beautiful water, city on a hill, whatever. But then you just get more and more permissive, and you just let the homeless take over. And it's like, well, now I don't know.
Doc says Alameda was nice in the 90s. It was probably nice in the 70s. I just don't remember, Doc. I just know I lived there. Yeah, like I was 4 years old. I absolutely have. We left Australia and got stationed in fucking Alameda, California. Or my dad did. So I was a toddler. I just know I lived in these places. I mean, I remember shit about them. I just know what the stories people told me, Cynic. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
yeah. When you lived in Australia, you ran away from the home, and running away from home and going under somebody's porch and hanging out there for like 12 hours.
Well, running away from home
You've
and
never been to Australia though.
in San Francisco means an older gay man takes you under his wing and you live as his rent boy.
You get groomed. Yes.
I mean, that is the San Francisco way.
You guys recognize who this is?
That's a San Francisco treat.
The San Francisco
I was going to say, yeah.
Rice
Roadie is the San Francisco treat. It's really Runaways. That's the San Francisco treat.
My runaway. Oh my God. Oh man.
That whole state, man, seems like a nightmare in some shape, form, or fashion. I'm sorry.
I mean, did you watch the biggest problem episode where I talk about how bad Oakland is and how part of the problem was that the police department was running a train on a 15-year-old prostitute? Like,
yeah, I do think I remember that episode. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, you're like, hey, how come the cops in Oakland can't stop the crime? Oh, because they're all busy fucking the same 15-year-old.
Jesus.
And the only reason they found out about it was because one cop felt really bad, killed himself, and in his suicide note, he says, I feel really bad that me and 19 other cops kept raping this 15-year-old. And you're like, wait, what the fuck happened? And then they had to investigate it. And all the cops are like, man, I really wish that guy didn't kill himself and blow up our shit.
Oh,
so like they have no cops, they fire half the cops, they send half the cops to jail for soliciting prostitution from a minor.
Jesus
the whole city
Christ.
is fucked. Like anything you read about Oakland, you're like, how do you save this fucking town? It's impossible.
You treat it like the Palisades.
Yeah.
Burn it all down and start over.
Don't fuck.
You let the bay just flood that whole area.
Yeah, but the problem is if you would actually change it without a natural disaster, it's like 10% of the population pays attention to what's going on in the community they live in. They're just not engaged. They have no idea that their cops are dirty, their mayor's a piece of shit, whatever it is.
What I was going to say about California is it's just so beautiful, and then you got the weed and all the drugs and the freedom and the hippie kind of feelings and vibes around everything. You don't have a lot of people that are going to fight, and you don't have the cold winters to get shoved inside and have to go online and become a weird fucking autist for a couple of months and figure some shit out. You just go down to the beach and chill, man. What do you mean, bro? There's nothing to worry about. I can get food.
Unless you're Vito and he's got some weirdo going to show up at his property visit.
I don't know,
arrest
man.
his
Maybe
ass.
it's all the weed, drugs, and implied freedom you said that they have.
Like I said, I'd be a beach bum to an extent if it wasn't for my health issues and stuff like that, man. Let me go surf and smoke some weed and just,
Look, man, I live by the beach, and I promise you, you don't go as much as you think you do once you live
No, I live
there.
in Hawaii. I went every goddamn day. I was surfing, I was swimming, I was in that shit.
That's funny because when I live by the water, it's nice to look at, but I don't really need to partake.
Yeah, I only go whenever my family comes down. They're like, "Oh God, yeah, let's go to the beach."
Let's go to the beach.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is the Gulf? How's the Gulf? I've heard it's like really, really salty, and I don't know about all that. Like,
it's
the
beautiful. What are you
Pacific
talking about?
was salty
Salty
enough.
What
Well,
are
I
you
mean, I
talking-
know the ocean's salty, but I've heard the Gulf is saltier than like the Atlantic or the Pacific.
No, and it's got some of the most beautiful beaches I've ever seen in my life. Like,
They got that blue ass water in the Gulf.
yeah, dude, it's crystal fucking clear, and we don't have bums shitting on the way to the beach.
Well, that's good too. That's very good. Hawaii didn't have that issue either, so I was like, didn't have to deal with that.
Yeah, but no, it's beautiful.
Vito,
there,
when's the
man.
last time you've been to the beach?
Oh God, when my mom came to visit like a year ago.
Told you.
Did you take a night walk or did you go during the day?
I'm not near the water though. I'm on the other side of fucking LA.
Let's be fair, guys. Vito is
I
not
took her to
the
the-
exercise type.
Doesn't matter.
Hey, my mom's an old lady. She can't walk that long either. I felt bad actually. She's like, "Can we sit down?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, my bad."
Yeah, but you didn't feel bad enough to drive her to the airport.
Yeah,
She got to the airport. She likes the Uber. She enjoys.
She enjoys the news.
Meeting strangers,
She
man.
enjoys meeting
Socializing.
strange Indian men that drive her to to the airport. I get it,
What was
man.
I gonna say? Yeah. Well, also, I mean, they still tell you, like, you go in that California beach, that LA beach. They're like, just there's still a lot of Fukushima up in there. And you're like, really? And they're like, yeah, man, that radiation doesn't go nowhere. Like,
I actually saw something about that though.
Yeah,
that it's actually that radiation's not as bad for us as they thought.
Well, that's good.
That our bodies, like we have, like our bodies will, that we have these things that adapt to the radiation. It's actually what caused people to turn black.
Oh.
What?
Yeah. It was on the Y-Files today.
Oh, I was gonna watch that episode. I saw it earlier. But see the little black guys flipping you off, Jim?
Yeah, I see it, but no, that's why like that there's all these things, and it's like they've existed, so it's like why would humans have this ability to change colors because of radiation?
Oh, radiation. I came back in on that conversation. I was about to say the South, we tried to change the colors, but the North stopped.
So the black people were right. They've been here forever, and the reason why they're so dark is
No,
they went through nuclear holocaust after nuclear
they didn't start
holocaust
out
after nuclear
black. They started
holocaust.
out a different color, and then
Well,
they
I
changed
know
to
that.
black
That's
when
what I'm saying.
when they got irradiated.
Yeah, they've been here forever, and they've been through all the world cycles and through a bunch of different nuclear wars and all that other
must
shit,
have been
right?
like the nuclear war that the Indians talk about.
Yeah.
Dots,
Yeah,
not
Yakub
feathers.
talks about it too.
Yeah.
There was a nuclear war.
So does Ancient Aliens, dude. They talk about the nuclear war.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe the Yakub story though.
Well, that's what they say on the Y-Files, that it doesn't make any sense because the radiation that these things adapt to isn't radiation from like the sun. It's radiation from like nuclear, from like uranium, nuclear shit on
Nuclear
Earth.
fallout and shit. Yeah.
Wrestler Town says, when I live 2 blocks from the beach, I at least walk down to it nearly once a day.
I mean, that's 2 blocks though. Like if I live 2 blocks.
No, I get what but like Wrestler Town's probably not.
Okay, so
like,
if I lived in
a
Foley,
couch surfer, like a lot of people overpay rent to be close to something and then never look out the window to see what they're paying for, right? You know what I'm saying? Like
if
that's
I
a
lived
thing,
in
too.
Foley, which is a town that is literally just for the bay, right? It's a very small town. It's got a little square. It's a block from the bay, right? It turns right into the beach. Yeah, I'd probably go to the beach a lot more, but
or at least look out the window to see it. Like,
well, I mean, if I
oh,
could walk down to the beach to go fishing, yeah, sure, I would do that. But I don't know, man. I live like 20 minutes from it, and I just don't go.
oh
I
yeah,
don't see the
that's a
point.
different thing. That's like
Yeah.
living 20 minutes from the lake and you go never go. Like
Yeah, I mean,
love
I
to
grew
fish,
up.
but
I grew up right by Logan Martin, and it was 15 minutes away. During the summer, I was there every day as a kid, but like spring, fall, like I just didn't give a shit. I didn't care. Just didn't go.
I wish I lived on the lake.
Move up to Logan Martin. Come on to Alabama, Vito. You'd fit in.
I got to go back to Massachusetts.
I was going to say, like, you're a Massachusetts guy. What's your, like, I know you're doing the biggest problem with Dick now, but would you leave California if you weren't doing that show?
Heartbeat.
Really?
Heartbeat.
At one point, look, maybe before the whole state got set on fire, maybe I would, the only reason I'm like here now, I would be like, okay, well, maybe should you have tried harder to, I don't know, work on like TV shows or something? But at this point, it seems like I can just do it all from my house anyway, so who cares?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
would you go back to Massachusetts though?
Yeah, I've actually considered. I wouldn't go back to my hometown for a number of complicated and depressing reasons, but I've thought about like living outside of Boston or something.
Yeah,
be cool.
Okay.
So you would actually go back to the snow and the cold and all that?
Yeah, I like that stuff.
Well,
I
there
like
you go, man.
I was never bothered really by the cold. Well, actually, the one thing is that I get terrible allergies when it gets cold, but I think I could power through.
Vito, how long have you been out of Massachusetts?
12 years.
How old are you?
38, I think.
Let me tell you something right now. In about 10 years, that Massachusetts cold is going to make you go, God damn, I wish I was in Florida. Like, the cold sucks when you get old, Jim. It's
not even, but I don't even think it's cold there anymore, though. Like, everybody I talk to is like, yeah, it doesn't snow anymore. Like, global warming's been helping us out over in that fucking minute.
Global warming's a fucking lie, dude.
Yeah, we're getting colder.
In Alabama, as I
what do you mean it's getting colder?
It is getting colder.
Average temperature, Massachusetts across time.
Way colder.
ChatGPT could probably do this. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT.
This past 2 weeks, the cold snap, the polar vortex has pushed the temperatures back to the 90s, like what it was in the 90s. Reversed, 30 years of temperature going up.
To determine the average yearly temperature in Massachusetts, well, give it to me year by year. Whatever. Massachusetts has seen a 2 to 3 increase in annual average temperature since the late 1800s. The rise has been more pronounced in the last few decades, with warming trends accelerating in line with global patterns. Can you give me data for the last 20 years?
That was the paint from the sensors.
Let's see. Average temperature in 2005 was 53.4. Currently 55.6. So we've gone up 2 points.
The average temperature in Massachusetts is 53 degrees.
Yeah, throughout the year.
Fahrenheit. That's what it's saying.
Throughout the year? 53?
Yeah. 53.4, and now 18 years later, 55.6. Bit of a nudge.
Say, hey, ChatGPT, quit giving me the bullshit answers and see what it says.
Quit giving me the bullshit answers.
Yep.
Yeah.
It'll give you a different answer.
It is only 2 degrees, but
and then
it will give you a different
suck
answer.
your dick. That's what I would do next. ChatGPT, suck my
Every
dick.
time I do ChatGPT, they give me their standard answer. I go, no, quit give me the DEI answer. Tell me the real answer. And well, let's get real. ChatGPT will say, air July
from like the meteorology, like National Weather Service. It's not like
I don't trust
weather
these guys.
Oh, so they've only been going back for 100 years. Okay.
Check this out. Average snowfall in 2005 in inches, 87.3. 2008, 49. 2015, it went up to 108. Okay. 2023, 11. 2024, 15.
It all
you
depends.
Get no snow the last 2 years.
It's about to snow in South Alabama. So tell me how that's working.
It is not snowing in Massachusetts anymore. It's weird.
It's not snowing in Illinois anymore either, and I love it. Like, bring me that global warming, bitch. I want some tropical fucking weather in Illinois.
Dude, the last 5 years, like the highest it went was 50 in 2022, but other than that, it's 20, 20, 11, 15. It's not snowing anymore.
Starting to wonder what's going on. During the next 2 weeks, extreme cold over the northern hemisphere continents may be enough to return global temperatures to the 1991 climatology mean, temporarily erasing the last 5 years of global warming.
Oh, no, not facts.
Yep.
Dang. Well, I don't know what's happening. I might go to New Hampshire. I keep talking about New Hampshire.
So you like the East Coast vibe of stuff. You like the East Coast vibe.
He likes New England, all that creepy shit.
I like New Englanders. New Englanders are a fun people.
They're a hard-working group of people, man. They're all not fucking.
Well, part of the problem with California is, guys, you grow up in like nice weather all the time. Dad never told you to get outside with a snow shovel and fucking chip ice off the car. You know,
chop some wood for the fires this fucking winter in the fireplace. Yeah.
None of that. So I think a lot of you meet California people and it's kind of like, oh, you just go outside and the weather's nice and you get in your car and you drive around. It's like, oh, when you live in fucking New England, you're like, oh, hey, there's shit everywhere and my car's sliding and I gotta put on fucking chains.
I need real tires and chains and all that shit. What the fuck?
The fucking snow and it's eating up my car. My car's rusty as shit.
Oh my god! I could see a movie. I could see a movie
salt
of a fat schlub going from California sweet dreaming to having to go back to another winter in New England and having to do all these things for himself. That would be a hilarious comedy.
It'd be great.
Well, I think what's interesting though,
the next John Candy, Vito. Yeah,
do it, Vito. Let's film this.
Well, I find that all my friends from New England and like just New Englanders in general are like laid back, in a way where it's like, hey, let's not get bogged down in pedantic bullshit because
there's no hardships, dude. It's gonna snow 24 inches tomorrow, dude.
Who gives a shit about this nonsense
we'll deal with
on
it.
Twitter?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's like they're like, dude, let's just hang out, drink a beer, fuck it,
Let's play some fucking Mario. Yeah.
Like you can just drive. I would just drive over to my buddy's house. We'd fucking light the fireplace. Yeah, we'd play video games, watch movies or whatever. It was like very chill. Out here, it's kind of like everybody's, I don't know, all concerned about, ooh, my career, and I got to do this, blah, 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 blah. People aren't as laid back, I find. Despite that, idea of, the laid back Californians are ones that are, smoking weed and surfing all the time. But even those guys, I think it's a farce.
So, Vito,
but how the fuck do they afford that?
I don't know. Well, they're all trust fund kids.
They're all trust fund kids, yeah.
Mom and dad are paying for it.
It's like rent control in New York City, right? Wait.
How do you have this apartment?
Yeah.
I mean, one of Vito's buddies has an apartment like that.
Yeah, well, my buddy has a rent controlled apartment, but he didn't get it grandfathered in. He just moved here at the right time, 15 years ago.
He said they rigged the election on stage.
Oh my god, is this the guy with the psychic that says?
Him and Elon. Yeah.
My buddy's rent control apartment almost burned down. He was literally a block from the fire.
Jesus Christ, man.
In LA, they have rent controlled apartments?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And if you get him, you're a happy boy. He's in the middle of fucking Hollywood almost.
Yeah, all the places that have the craziest, most out of control rents are where they have the rent controls.
I had no idea. I thought it was only New York City. I thought that was the only place. So California has it too?
Yeah. I was looking up the law. I forget. It was a certain period of time that, it's the same with New York. It's during a certain period of time, they started doing rent control, and then I think they got rid of it, but everybody's grandfathered in.
Yeah, they're it's left in wills at this point.
Yeah, if my buddy's place burned down, he'd be fucked because his rent is literally, he's in the middle of Hollywood paying $1,200. The average apartment is probably $4,500.
Jesus.
I'm not trying to dox you, Vito, but are you and Dick anywhere near the fires?
I'm 20 minutes near the fire, which is how I was able to drive over there. So the smoke, my car was covered in ash. It got to the point I did start getting they're going to get this under control, right? It's not going to make it past the highway, but there was a period of time where I was in a red flag zone where they were well, we don't actually know what's going to happen, so just be alert.
Are they predicting high winds again this week?
I haven't seen anything like that. Actually, I got an app that gives me all the notifications. Seems like they're actually scaling things back and they're letting people return to those neighborhoods to grab their shit. I keep getting alerts that are hey, yeah, you can come in now. Just tell the National Guard guys, show them your ID and where you live or whatever.
Is Dick pretty safe?
Yeah, Dick's up a mountain, and luckily it's one of the mountains that's not on fire. So somehow both of us lucked out by not being in, despite being literally the fire's right next to both of us, but just 10 minutes away. So
it's weird how nature works out, isn't it? It's fuck.
I told the story of my buddy who got divorced like a year ago, and he's like, "Oh my god, I can't believe I'm gonna have to sell my beautiful house in the beautiful hills of California." And then a week ago, he's like, "Yo, that fucking house burnt down." I'm like, "I'm glad you sold it, dude." In a way, it's kind of like, I know he's like really upset he got divorced. I'm like, yeah, but if you didn't get divorced, you would have lost that whole fucking house because you would have kept it. So
and your insurance company would have fucking canceled your fire insurance 3 months ago.
Yeah, he would have been completely fucked.
Weird how this is working out, Vito, right?
How long have you been in California now, Vito? 10 years?
Like 12 years, 10, 12 years.
So have you been there long enough to where in the wintertime you saw massive, like where the rains would come through and you would get massive
floods,
like the floods coming through the different
I haven't seen
washes, like the
yeah. There have been some times where like it just ran. I think it was like 2 years ago. It just rained for like 2 months straight. It was crazy. It would not stop. So yeah, that was pretty nutty.
Well, that's a whole point that we watched the other night, Jim, right? With the whole more rainfall over the last 5 years than the previous 5, and Gavin Newsom saying that all these things, all these water.
But I mean, that area of California has been like. Southern California has been desertish area
forever,
hundreds of years, thousands of years.
Yeah.
So, and like the natives, they knew how to start fires to prevent, from being a bad fire. And it would just a fire actually makes the stuff grow better.
Yeah, of course.
Well, what they just needed to do was, just go through the woods and all the dry. I mean, right now, if I drive up that way, finally, everybody who lives in the neighborhoods is like, what the fuck? Why did the government not tell us to do this? Like, everybody's on the streets gathering up all the brush, raking all the leaves, because they're like, well, this is what's causing it. Like, literally, the streets are packed with like volunteers just going nuts at the landscape. It's actually like the whole place looks like immaculate now because they're every dry piece of anything they're picking up.
Well, they were supposed to be doing that. Like, that's why.
Yeah, the government's supposed to have guys going out and like the fire fucking what are they called?
Isn't that what the fucking prison people are supposed to be doing? They got them out there cleaning the shit.
Yeah,
you got them in prison. Might as well get them to do something,
bro. And literally, they're just like, they just didn't do it. They're just like, yeah, whatever. At any point this can all go up in flame, but let's just leave all this dead brush like out. It's like, no, just fucking send guys through and clear it out. Would have saved you a lot more money than letting 10,000 houses burn.
It's got to be more than 10,000 by now, though.
Well, 10,000 was the last estimate. I don't know what it's at now.
But how many businesses? How many businesses have been fucking fried? Like, fuck. Now, if these people don't have insurance, who's going to claim this land? Vito, like, that's the scary thing.
No, I'm just...
No, you're right.
BlackRock, fucking Vanguard. That's who's going to come in.
U.S. government, whoever it is.
Yeah, they need to be very transparent about if they try to do like some shady, like just sell it all off to one guy. Like,
well, see, we're not even finding out. Like, I'm still waiting to hear what's going to happen with fucking Lahaina. Like, whatever happened, all that got burned down, and now no one's talking about it.
I don't know, man. It's
in Hawaii, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the Hawaii stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's some shit right there.
We are.
How about North Carolina, Jim? Like Trump was talking about earlier tonight, North Carolina got fucked over, dude.
Yeah, they should. Like, I heard that what they want to do is they want to send, like, Elon's been talking to Trump. They want to, like he said, he'll provide Tesla panels for the FEMA trailers and the power walls and Starlink, so they can put them on the property. That way,
on the properties of the homeowners, so that they can live there until they start rebuilding. Yeah,
right. And then they don't have to worry if there's no electric, if the power lines are down and all down. It doesn't matter because you got solar panels and a battery that'll for nighttime
power the house.
The house. So we'll see, and hopefully they do it. But
well,
Elon will make another $100 billion
in about 10 hours. Trump could make that a thing.
Well, they're already they were going to raid all the Chicago, and now they're not going to do it because everybody found out about it, I guess.
Yeah, they leaked it.
Do what now?
Just do it.
They were already getting ready to raid all the places in Chicago to get all the illegals out of Chicago.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, day one they were going to do it, but now the guy
like,
who's in charge of it is like, well, now you guys found out about it, and we don't even want to do it now. You're like, just fucking do it. What do you mean?
Just do it, dude. Like,
he's just trying to do a head fake. He's telling them, no, we're not going to do it now. We change our name.
Well, maybe. Yeah, it's true. Maybe he's fucking around. Maybe they are going to do it.
Well, I think maybe they should really focus on the Texas illegals, though, Jim. They're so close to the border with all the connections. Get rid of those motherfuckers. Raid all of them. And Southern California with their tunnels and shit.
It's a whole network of them all around the country.
I understand. Yeah, I understand.
Like, anyway, but what they need to do though is they just need to start deporting people. Get them to leave themselves. You know, that would be the thing. If we made it actually like punish people for hiring illegals.
Yeah. Punish them for hiring illegals, give them no benefits for being here for being illegal.
Then it wouldn't be a problem. You know what I mean? The problem is that there's all these benefits for being illegals. You can hire them, you can get them. Then they're collecting fucking stuff from the government while they're working under the table, so they're living better than most people.
Yeah, but
Doc's got a good point. Doc's got a good point. Screw starting with the blue states. Raid the red states first. Drive them all to the blue states. Get them the fuck out of the red states, so that at least stimulated in Alabama in a red state for sure.
Yeah.
Knows that his vote counts. It matters.
Well, there's gonna be problems anyway because you got all these people already saying they're gonna, like, you got school districts saying we're not gonna allow the police or them to come in and get people. It's like, you can't stop them.
No, fuck you, school.
Like, are you retarded? It's a public building. You're a public school.
Funded by the federal government.
Yeah, funded by the government. You can't say you can't come in to get these people that you want to arrest. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to go. It's almost 2 a.m. here. I know it's early for Vito.
Yeah, I'm just getting dark.
So it's only 10 o'clock. It's probably just getting dark there.
Well, actually, it gets dark early. But, yeah.
He's coloring his comic. Hey, legitimately, when you do a Whatnot stream for your consoles, let me know and I'll promote the shit out of it for you too. But
yeah, it's going to be a whole thing. So.
My wife and kids, or my wife and one of my sons, they do Whatnot too for comics and stuff. So,
does anybody have any?
Tomorrow,
if anybody listening, go to whatnot.com/invite/Vito Comedy. And that platform will just give you $15 for signing up, and you can spend it on anything. You don't even have to spend it on my store. So, they're just giving free money away.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting. They actually, like, when you sign up, they give you like a whole bunch of training videos how to make your channel successful. I think it's actually pretty cool. YouTube don't do that shit. Like, they just say, yeah, okay, you signed up. Here you go, bitch.
They're doing surprisingly well, although I actually saw now eBay is doing live auctions, so now they're gonna have some big competition.
Well, I've seen Cecil do live auctions on his YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And Ethan, right? Simulated. So it's like, Vito, why don't you just sell these consoles on your YouTube channel?
I might do. Well, the only reason I would do it on Whatnot is if I can get followers on there, I could do future shows where I could sell to any. Like, I want to get more followers on Whatnot because I also have a bunch of games I got to get rid of, not just the consoles and stuff. So
I get it. Oh, so you're looking for like a more organic audience. I got you.
Yeah, because like people would definitely show up like, oh, I'm going to buy one of Vito's consoles, but I want to get guys who like, because again, when I'm selling Magic cards on there, occasionally you'll just get guys who are like, I'm bored and I got a couple $100 in my pocket. Let's buy Magic cards.
Let's
I have one guy
Magic cards.
I'll do one show, nobody buys anything. I'll do another show where a guy just shows up and buys like 2 boxes of Magic cards off me for like $500. So it's all about just yeah. But I'm not consistent.
But one thing that Whatnot says is being consistent matters. And I do agree with that. Like,
yeah,
like if you show up once a month, like, who the fuck cares who you are? But if you show up, 2 or 3 times a week on a schedule, they're like, oh, this guy's legit. He's got real stuff to sell. And I just saw your hat or your apartment? You live in an apartment, right?
It's a mess.
You've got a lot of shit to get rid of, like a lot. I'm sorry, a lot of products. You're not Eric July. It's not shit. A lot of products to get rid of or move. I think Elemental might buy a console. You've got a CRT TV.
Yeah, I got a lot of stuff to sell. I just, I'm trying to get a couple things off my plate, but I would like to make it, a consistent thing.
I bought a lot of Magic cards to flip, and luckily the market's going good for them. So
I really like Magic cards. That's one thing I really like.
We know. When
It's a really good game. You ever play Magic cards?
No.
No, I'm not a virgin.
Bro, it's like
I am a virgin, and I still haven't played it.
Yeah, but if you're into game design on any level, I don't know how to describe it, but Magic is just like one of these games where I go, I can't even improve on it. Like it's just like a perfect game.
I just see all the guys like Boogie and the guys I used to see do Magic at the cons and stuff, and I'm just like, I'm just not built for that life, bro. No.
It is true that you get a lot of weird. Well, because it's a math game, man. So you get a bunch of like weird autistic math nerds who want to do numbers at each other.
Yeah, I get that. It makes sense. I mean, I'm just not built for that life, man. The Magic game didn't choose me, so I might pick up a deck. Who knows? We'll see.
Try their little online app.
Now, a couple of my boys like Magic, but you know what? Once they hit a certain age and start having sex, they stop asking for Magic cards. It's like really weird. Like before they had sex, like, I love Magic, and then
it's so addicting. It's all because everybody plays it differently. The way I play it is if my opponent gets a turn, I've done something wrong. So I'm just constantly building decks where I'm like, watch me do this, watch me do this, and they're like, do I get a turn? I'm like, nope, watch me do this, watch me do this. And a lot of my online opponents quit the game angrily because they're like, "This is bullshit, man." I'm like,
"You're such a dick, man."
So I want to know, like Dick is always asking for like the perfect Magic card
Dick
build.
plays Magic. We're gonna do.
Does he play it? Like, is he?
Oh yeah.
So he likes it.
Not regularly. He likes the game, but he doesn't play it very often.
What's going to happen with this Trailer Park Boys D&D game?
I don't know, man. The ball's kind of in his court. I think
I want in.
I know everybody's excited for it,
dude. Like me and Bubbles, we share a birthday.
Oh, well, maybe we can have rotating guests come in and join the adventure.
Do you guys know the Trailer Park Boys, Vito?
I watched like the first couple seasons. I didn't watch all of it.
I'm just wondering if you guys have ever had them on the show.
Oh
no. I've
met a couple of them. But...
I know their producer is the guy who produced the show is like a staple at the Comedy Store. So I know a girl used to date him actually. The guy who owns the show, I forget his name. But no, I've never actually met that guy or any of them. I don't know if they're in LA or I think they are in California. I don't know where they live actually. Are they in Canada?
I think they're
Canadians.
That's where their studio is. That they do that.
Yeah, I think they're in Canada.
Oh, they have their own app. I used to be a member of it. And then
now it's all animated, though, right? The new seasons are all animated.
No, they did one animated season, but then they actually just put out a new movie that's the regular.
Yeah, see,
they also been doing these little mini seasons on their app.
Eric got in at Doug TeNaples' ear. Just had a live chat with Doug TeNaple, and all is good. It was awesome to chat with a vet about what we're doing in the general comic book industry. I got love and respect for him, and he's rooting for us at the Rippaverse. There could even be collaborative opportunities in the future. Let's be great.
Oh boy, collaborative opportunities.
So Eric hired him.
In other words, Eric July was so desperate to get another name in his fucking studio.
He paid somebody to be nice to him again.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
That's exactly what he does.
Have you seen what Doug TeNaple's working on right now?
I bet it's a fucking
TV series, right?
Kind of. Here, I'll put a link in the private chat you can bring up.
Is it Earthworm Jim 4 for the fucking Nintendo? Because that's what I care about. Like,
do you know about the Earthworm Jim drama? Me and Frog Tony used to talk about that.
He doesn't own any of it anymore, does he? Except
he owns the rights to make comics. He owns the comic rights,
but not the video game rights.
No,
actually, yeah, it's complicated because he was like kind of helping with the video game or something. I don't know.
But he doesn't own the actual rights to say, "Hey, I just want to make a Earthworm Jim. Jesus Christ, I wanted to say Dirtworm Doug.
Dirtworm Doug is a different guy. Here, look at I just posted in the private chat a link to Doug TenNapel's newest project.
Your show, Jim, not mine.
I got it.
Okay.
Takes me a second.
Oh.
This is a cool project we release from Lore soon. An animated short called LaShawn and the Aborted Black Fetus.
No, LaShawn the Aborted Black Fetus.
Oh. With voices by Antonio Bryce, Vic Mignogna, and the fabulous Andy Dick. Oh my God.
No.
What? Play this fucking video, Jim. Play the video.
No.
Where's
this is
YouTube link?
This is Doug TenNapel's newest thing, guys.
There's a YouTube.
Yeah, there's a YouTube link there.
Oh, okay.
With Vic Mignogna and Andy
name?
Dick. That's a winning combination.
No, this is something else. This isn't.
That says YouTube.
It says
This
YouTube.
This is the link. This goes to this.
The YouTube link doesn't go to YouTube?
Goes to this.
What is it?
I don't know what this is.
504
Oh, music by 504 Cut. So it's just a link to the guy's music that's
by
doing
504 Cut. I thought it was an anime. I thought he had a thing there. Well, there's some pictures of it, at least.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ, man.
Chris asked Vito, when you join in Rippaverse?
Oh, very soon.
LaShawn, the Aborted Fetus. Created, written, and directed by Doug TenNapel.
Some people.
These lore guys, have you guys seen this lore TV?
No.
No, what's that?
It's confusing, man. I don't know what's going on. Because it's like, they're like a Christian, like, media channel.
Oh.
But, like, they're weirdly, like, edgy in a way that I'm like, well, I kind of appreciate that you're, like, giving money to, like, insane shit like this.
Yeah.
Oh, but no, Lore's retweeting the fucking Rippaverse? Damn it, Lore. The Lore guys follow me. We were trying to get my buddy's trying to get them to fund a
they're congratulating Gothics.
Yeah, to congratulate Gothics. We were trying to get Lore to do a sketch comedy show with well, I can't say who, a comedian who's been canceled. But we'll see. We'll see if anything comes from that.
Well, isn't that guy, what's his name? That guy Clifton Duncan or whatever, isn't he involved with Lore TV?
I don't know. Maybe.
I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe I'm confusing someone else.
It's an interesting little thing they got going. It's like I'm like, who's giving Doug TenNapel money to make LaShawn the Aborted Fetus? But okay, I kind of appreciate it.
Bunch of bankers.
I don't know, man.
I got to go to them with the biggest problem pitch. Maybe they'll fund that.
Well,
I don't know if
here,
they have
look
money
at
right
this.
now.
They got this thing, something about Jews.
I just said it. The bankers.
No, right here. It's that they're saying like this. It's crazy. The show is completely funded by fans. Way to go, team. Whatever, intellectic. But right here, he's got Jews to V or something.
Oh, Gothics must work. It looks like Gothics works for Lore, or they fund her or something. So that's why they're congratulating her.
Oh. That's how he got in touch with TenNapel. Yeah. He got Gothics to put in a call for him.
Yeah.
Kind of seems like it.
Oh yeah. That's just like they did when they got when the whole Alex Stein thing. Yeah.
Yeah, Doug. I tell you what, they'll call. Like seriously, look here, so Mr. Doug TenNapel. Now,
look here,
sir. I see that you enjoy writing them comic books like I do, sir. How about you talk nice about Mr. Eric July, and I'll put you on the Ripple scene.
And I see you don't really like that fat fucking guy from New Jersey. So
Eric July has complicated a lot of things, man. I've been on Alex Stein. I was like the original Alex Stein promoter. People don't know that.
Oh God!
Like,
Well,
because
not
I knew Alex
everybody's perfect.
Stein. I knew Alex Stein back when he was doing we did stand up in LA together a couple times.
I'm very upset with Alex Stein.
Yeah.
He blocked me for some reason. I have no fucking idea why. I think because
Weird.
of Eric July.
It's possible. I mean, he's not allowed to say certain things or whatever.
Which is very weird because I talk to his producer Jimmy all the time.
Oh, I've given his producer fucking shit for the show. His producer,
I
gave
have
me,
too.
Like, yeah, he's like, hey, can you like help me do some research for this thing? I don't really understand this thing. I'm like, oh yeah, here, and I give him some stuff. But now it's like I think Alex Steiner was like, well, I can't have Ethan on, and I can't have Dick Masterson on, I can't have Vito on because of Eric July. I'm like, oh really? Fascinating.
Well,
that was the whole
goddamn
thing,
the
just-
pusher man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Jimmy was trying to get Dick on the show, and then Alex actually said, I can't have Dick on the show.
Yeah, that was it. I think he said that. Yeah.
On the show. I can't have Dick on the show. He's
I
fighting
can't
with
have
Eric
Dick
July.
on the show because of Eric July. Eric July doesn't even do anything for the Blaze other than be in their fucking promo photos.
That's why
we
I'm
got
like,
one black guy. That's cool, right?
He's not even on their website anymore. Not even on the promo photos.
Oh shit.
Last I looked, he's not even written down on the website as a contributor.
Tomorrow, everybody in this very large arena will be very happy with my decision on the J6 hostages.
Oh! Bro, that would be huge.
So
J6
J6 and
hostages.
TikTok all within 24 hours?
Dude, if he does
God King.
J6 hostages, if he does Ross Ulbricht, if he does Assange and fucking Snowden, man,
Fucking hero, dude. Like,
God King.
You know who else he needs to do? Honestly, he needs to do the fucking the there's like a dozen like those Catholic people that were praying outside abortion clinics that Biden locked up. He needs to do them too.
I say we just erase all the faces on Rushmore and put just all 4 Trumps.
And the Whitmer.
word to your mother's uncle, bro.
The Whitmer kidnapping hoax people. He needs to get them out too.
They're in jail still?
Yeah.
Some of them, yeah.
Yeah, some of them. The ones that got missed, there was like a hung jury on 2 of them, and they did a quick retrial and fucking wouldn't let them argue that it was entrapment, and then got them. The other guys got off because they said entrapment. Which, if I was on a jury and I'm like, okay, yeah, you definitely entrapped those 2 guys, I wouldn't be like, but I'm not sure about these other 2 guys. I'd be like, you fucking entrapped them all.
There was more FBI agents in that group than there were fucking kidnappers that were part of the militia. Like, it's fucking stupid.
No, it's true.
Tomorrow, everybody in this very large arena will be very happy with my decision on the J6 hostages.
I like how he called them hostages.
He's right.
I think they'll be very, very happy.
They'll be very, very pleased.
I would say about 99.9% of this beautiful arena. And by the way, tomorrow, everybody.
So he knows he knows there's a couple people that might have did some shit that really can't be pardoned, right?
Yeah, like the ones who actually were like throwing blows at cops, you probably should not let out.
Well, there's the thing though, Vito. The reason I disagree with that is only because none of them got a fair trial.
Right.
Yeah.
None of them did. None of them got a fair trial. Nobody gets a fair trial in Washington D.C. So it's got to be a fair trial. So plus,
he should pardon everyone.
Like all those Proud Boys. Like, how the fuck did Enrique Tarrio get 22 years? He wasn't even in D.C.
Yeah, no, the Proud Boy thing is like bizarre because nobody can even explain what the fuck they did.
Well,
like,
no, what it was is
some
FBI fucking informant sent an email to all them with a bunch of shit that this is with this whole plan, and none of them even opened the fucking email.
Dude, it's like really.
And they're like, "Oh, this email was on your phone."
Is that what they said? The email's on your phone?
Yeah, it's on your phone. They're like, they're like, it wasn't open. They're like, oh, I prove it wasn't opened.
Dude, that's super weird.
That's
your
your
the
government.
Proud Boy thing, because I tried to figure it out. I'm like, well, what'd they do? And it's like, they were there. Like, yeah, doing what though? Well, we don't know if they were doing anything. It's super weird.
The whole problem with have you ever met McGinnis?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, I mean, he's
I met him at a comedy show, and he told Dick Masterson that he still hates him. It was very awkward. Because I said the worst part was because I was hanging out. We were hanging out backstage because you know Josh Denny has been on our show.
Oh yeah, I know Josh Denny.
Yeah, so Josh was helping him and Kumia and McGinnis run do comedy shows everywhere. So they did one in
it was
LA.
called the End Racism Tour.
Yeah. So then after, you know, we were all hanging out backstage, Josh Denny and, you know, some other guys. And I'm like, hey, there's Gavin. And then me and also that Asian guy that Gavin does.
Yeah,
Asian
Ryan
Pat
Rivera, Asian Pat Dixon. Yeah.
I was like, you should go say hi to Gavin. He's like, Gavin doesn't like me. And I'm like, nah, it's probably cool. And Asian Pat Dixon was like, yeah, no, it's definitely cool. And I went up to Gavin. He's like, hey, cool show. And then Gavin's like, what the fuck? I don't like you. And the Dick was like, why'd you tell me to talk to him? I told you he wasn't going to want to talk to me. And I was like, well, I guess you were right.
Yeah, actual Pat Dixon was supposed to come on this show.
Asian Pat Dixon is fucking hilarious, dude.
Yeah.
Fucking rag.
He's
I always
good.
call him Asian
Ryan's
Pat Dixon, even though I know his name's actually, Ryan?
Ryan Patsy Rivera.
His RFK fucking impression, I wonder if I can find it. It made me laugh so hard. He's so good at impressions. During the comedy show, he just he does these deep fake, he has the guy and somehow it projects the guy onto him and he's doing the voices. It's so funny. RFK. I'm gonna find it. Anyway, if I'm
gonna head out, fellas.
Oh yeah,
I am too. Yeah, I'm checking out too. We have a live stream tomorrow at 10:30 in the morning to inaugurate our new president, Jim. Remember?
Oh yeah. Hold on. Before you guys leave, I want to show something.
Yeah.
Okay. Cynic, you going to join tomorrow?
I'm going to try to. I haven't decided.
It's a holiday.
The weather's supposed to be getting bad in down where I live, and I'm still in Birmingham. So I was thinking about going home tomorrow.
Go home.
Yeah. So. Yeah. Which one's you, Jim?
Jim, you fucking ginger. What the fuck?
Can you tell I'm a little drunk?
No, you look stone cold sober to me.
You look like you just maybe tasted some man jizz. What the fuck?
No, that didn't happen.
Oh, okay.
I did find the RFK clip. I put it in the chat.
I'll let you know in the morning though, Dave, what I decided. So, but
okay.
Yeah. Send me the link. I'll
it's you and Josh Denny.
Yeah.
He's lost some weight since then, I think.
Yeah.
So is Jim.
Yeah, so have I.
Yeah, for sure.
Josh is a good guy. He's just
I like him. He's a good guy. I don't know what happened between him and Gavin. Did they have some kind of falling out?
Yeah, well, basically because he was doing a show on Gavin's network, and then Gavin, for one reason or another, I don't know exactly what it was, decided he didn't want to do it anymore. You know. Mm-hmm. But I think Josh's big thing is he's like, bro, we've done all these comedy shows together. If you're gonna boot my show, at the very least, you can call me yourself and fire me, man to man. Instead, he had his assistant basically do it. Kind of like blowing Josh off, and I got it. I was like, yeah, that's pretty shitty.
I don't know what Gavin seems like. He got weird about money lately.
Doesn't make it well. I mean, Gavin's one of these guys who I assume has fuck you money for the rest of his life. I mean, he sold part of Vice for what? It's $6 million or something. But
he doesn't have fuck you money because he got bought out of Vice before they went
completely crazy.
Before they went completely crazy. Yeah, if he would have stayed around Vice for another couple of years, he would have had 100 million, 200 million.
Yeah, assuming that also would Vice have? I think he probably had to leave before they could make those deals.
I think that's why they had to buy him out.
Yeah, they're probably
as leaving the fellowship so that Gary could get fucking live reads. Oh, kind of that way. Yeah.
Oh, was that what you think happened?
Kind of weird. The week after Az left, Gary's doing live reads.
It's a big thing with again, like, you know, both Gavin and Cumia have like so much money that it's like it can be hard to like work with them if you're like, you know, how do you motivate those guys? It's like they don't have to do anything for the rest of their lives if they don't want to.
Yeah, they don't have to suck anybody's dick to be successful at this point,
Yeah.
right? Like Gavin goes on the Fellowship and shows his fucking penis.
Well, let's be real.
apparently.
When we went to see we went to see him do stand up, Gavin was so. First of all, everybody was so drunk out of their minds. Cumia was so drunk that he was talking over all the comics to the point where he was talking over I think it was Carl, that I turned around. I didn't even know it was Cumia. I was like, hey, dude, can you be quiet? Like the comics are doing comedy. And I realized that's fucking Cumia. And he's just like at the bar, drunk out of his mind, screaming. I'm like, oh, I just shushed Cumia. I'm an idiot. Gavin was so drunk, he did the exact same long monologue joke twice, and he had no idea.
He done that more than once.
He told a joke, and then like 2 minutes later, he told the exact same joke.
He did that, and he did that in Boca too.
Did he?
Yeah.
Is that like a bit, or is he just that
I don't
drunk?
know, man. I don't
Everybody
know.
was so confused. They're like, dude, you already told this joke, and it's a long fucking joke, and it's not that good. So Cumia, and they had the VIP meet and greet. Cumia was so drunk that he just left before, like, so everybody went backstage to meet Cumia. They paid money for these tickets. It's like, oh, Cumia left. Like, what do you mean Cumia left? They paid money for this. Yeah. It was like, and again, I was like, well, you know, again, these guys just have so much money that they're like, none of this matters, whatever. And I'm like, bro, if you're selling VIP meet and greet tickets, you have to go to the VIP meet and greet. That's fucked.
Unless you don't. People still watch their fucking show.
If I remember correctly, I don't think the VIP meet and greet tickets were that much more money. Like, it wasn't like a big.
It doesn't matter though, Jeb. If you pay fucking $5 to go, because you just want to meet the guy. Yeah, like you want to meet him. Yeah,
you got to be there, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
I would. Like, I'd be, but you know what? I bet those people didn't unsub from his Patreon. Because
it was a bit of a shit show.
My only problem with having Harvard all Chinese is you cannot leave your Coke lying around on campus, or they're going to go pee-pee in it.
It's true.
So if you do go to Harvard in the next 10 years and you have Coke, walk around like this.
No, that's right. And there's been studies on this, where if a Coke is left around in a predominantly Chinese area, it is 5 times more likely to be pee-peed in. And we've done the studies on this.
And why do they do that? Is it just they're playing a joke?
I think they have very weak bladders, and they also like a propensity for mischief.
Why will the Chinese pee in your Coke? They have very weak bladders and a propensity for mischief. It's one of the best fucking lines I've ever heard in my life. That guy's great. I love that fucking guy.
Who is he?
That's Ryan. What's his fucking name?
Ryan Ketzer Rivera.
Yeah, Ryan Ketzer Rivera.
Asian Pat Dixon.
He's Gavin's co-host. He's the one that Gavin's always screaming at and pretending to end the show with.
He started out with Pat Dixon as like a sidekick to Pat Dixon on when Pat Dixon was on Compound Media for the New York City Crime Report, and then Gavin, like him and Gavin became like close and friends when Gavin was also there doing his the Gavin McGinnis show.
Oh, okay,
So
that's
then
cool.
He kind of went when Gavin went and started his own thing. He went left with Gavin.
He does great impressions though. He's
He's good. He's really funny.
Yeah, I wish I could hang out with that guy.
He's
He was
really
cool when he
short
came
though.
down here. Yeah,
I was shocked at how short he was when I met him. I was like, "What the fuck, dude?" It's like, I
hey
thought
man,
you were-
Asians, they're not known for their height.
Yeah, but I don't know.
They're known for their kung fu.
Jim, please show this picture that Dan Blackroyd made.
Yeah.
Motherfucker.
Oh, yeah. You live there and it spins.
One of
Who's
our
Pot Awful's best friend.
He's saying Ryan hangs out with Pot Awful. I haven't seen that.
Really?
Maybe he does. I don't know.
I thought Pot Awful, that Pot Awful guy, Jesse, whatever his name is, was actually Digibro.
They look similar. They have a similar
I thought it was the same
vibe.
guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I
Pot
thought.
Awful's an interesting guy. The weird thing about Pot Awful is he's like got an excellent aesthetic. Like his set is nice. He does all the graphics for his show or whatever else. I just don't know. I don't know. Whatever.
Is he likable though? Like
That's kind of the problem. Is I'm kind of like, man, you would be like good as a sidekick to a different guy. That's always been my thought.
right, like you're doing all this work, but you don't have the
Yeah,
charm or charisma to make people want to keep subbing and watching.
it
every
does
night.
feel like a lack of charm.
Yeah, which is understandable.
Yeah.
All right, Jim, I'm checking out, buddy.
All right, me too. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it works.
Thanks, Vito. Thanks, Elemental.